教えてよその救いは僕の中に誰かいるの壊れたよ
Hey Nenu, it's me Gladys. I just wanted you to know that I'm doing your mom. Doing your mom. Doing your mom, doing your mom. Nenu, can you hear me? I'm doing your mom. No.
Gladys, what? What the what the fuck? Hello?
Hello?
Greetings, humans.
G-
Hello?
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 Hello? Hello?
Hello? Is
Hello?
anybody out there?
That's funny because that's the song that's playing right now.
Yeah.
Is there anybody out there? Hello? We can't hear Billy. You're lying. You're lying. Let me go here. You're lying.
I've been
You're
lying.
lying. You can hear her. You can hear
Yeah.
her.
Yeah.
Just not if we can hear you. Nods, okay. I can see you nodding all the way from here. Hey guys, Guess what we're doing today? We're drowning. Yippee!
No, we're here to kill wildlife. of
Winton!
course.
Oh my god, Winton! Hi, Winton! Winton! Oh, fuck, hold up. There we go. Thanks! I just got
Nerd.
flashbanged. Nerd?
Uh-oh.
Wait, who the hell are you calling a nerd? You look like a nerd, actually.
Hey, how dare you?
Actually. Drowning, yes. Drowning is the aim. I don't know what we're doing.
Let's check if we're still at Bear Island.
Yeah. Hi guys. I hope you guys are having a good Monday. It's been a while since we streamed with Billy. Hey Dido, hey hi Tesna. Hi Agnato. Hi Bishop. Hi Saucy. Hi Abbas. Wait, Abbas Shieldingo.
What?
I names are hard. Agnato, your guy. Fresh. So hi Kaisha, hi. Whole hunting, hello.
Hello.
Am I dying? Anknatter, hi. Oh my god. I was telling Billy how I accidentally streamed earlier, and then you guys just... I can't you guys even bloody clicked it. But also, I was like, wee 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 wee. Wee 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 wee. Hi, Lumpy. Wee 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 wee. Wee 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 wee.
Wee wee.
Wee 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 wee. Do you want to tell Chad about your cat? Or kitten?
Yes, I have adopted a son.
Son,
I
guys.
have a son now.
Hell yeah.
He is 5 weeks old.
He's small, guys. He's small.
He's very small, and he's
he's-
constantly crying. He's always like, "Mommy, mommy, I want treats, I want feed,
Get treats.
I want milk, I want, I want
Congrats
play.
on the child.
Pet me, pet me, pet me."
Give pet. Let me show you guys some images. Is that okay to show?
Oh
you?
yeah. I have new ones. I forgot which ones are the last ones. Like the one
This one.
where he's trying to eat. Like.
It's cat. It's cat. Cat. Mickey isn't even online. How am I meant to watch her? Mickey's not streaming. Are you streaming, Mickey?
No.
No,
I haven't
it's just
streamed in
streaming.
like a year or something.
Yeah, but you've only done what do you call it? The naked place. Not the naked place, but you know, Picarto. There we go.
Oh, the mate, yeah.
Yeah.
Sometimes,
Mhm.
because they allow art with titties, so
Yes.
I do sometimes there, and I do play on Twitch sometimes. I play mostly things like Blasphemous. So I think now with Hades 2 out, I might play
Yes.
Hades 2.
Oh my god. Hades nuts.
I haven't yet, so no spoilers, guys.
I haven't played it either.
I have played one, and I mean I have played it a
Like
lot.
fully.
Not just fully, but I have a my record is sub 10 minutes. So
Oh.
I'm very
I think
proud of that
I
one.
have 13 minutes.
Yeah.
I was proud of that. I was
It's really
proud of
hard.
that.
So I have like 9.13.
Mm. Oh my god, I love them. Which part? Hey, Barracks.
Hello.
Why is there an egg
Barry.
here? Did the egg fall?
Oh,
Wait, why there's so many eggs? What the hell? Why are there eggs?
I think it's because
Gabby.
upstairs is full.
Nothing.
I'll lift
Oh.
the anchor, yeah?
Yeah, I'm ready to go. We've
Wait
got
the
a,
anchor.
we've got a, what's it? Tea? Let's see, where do we have to go next?
Oh shit.
9854. Billy's Kitties.
You know how to do it?
Hell yeah.
Do you know-
You feel free to do it.
Oh my god, these guys are all hungry. Alright, I'm gonna feed the things.
Oh, remember what happened last time?
What? What happened last time?
You know, accident.
Oh! Yeah, don't shoot the animals.
Yeah. Well, look, it was making cute sounds. Gecko Nico. It was making very cute sounds, and an oopsie happened.
Oopsie. Okay, where do I put the honey? Do you remember where we put honey?
Honey, you can put it in here, I think. Wait, was it here? Or
Oh,
was
here it is. I found.
Oh, here. Oh, I filled it up.
Oh, wait. Oh my god, I have to get used to. I have to actually get used to the controls again. I've been playing so much Dune.
Oh,
that
yeah.
I have no idea how this works anymore.
It's
Oh,
just
no.
E. It's just you press E.
Yeah.
Do you know how to
I don't know how to press E anymore.
Oh, wait, what are those numbers, sir? What are those numbers? Guys, we're gonna finish this game. We're gonna finish it. Trust. We're gonna finish it. Not quite that many yet. Wait, sorry, wait, what, many of what? What did I put in here? Can I? Ow! Wow, oops. You know what? Never mind, I'm not gonna say it. I'm not gonna say it.
I actually had a cold last week. I swear I sound really weird.
Hey, want me to activate the engines?
Oh, sure.
Well, I actually did anyways.
Welcome to the family, Winton Banana.
Winton! Oh my god! He changed the name to Winton. Winton Banana. Winton. Sorry, what did it say?
You entered the coordinates, right?
No, I don't know.
Asked me.
What?
What are the lyrics to
Can
the
we get
hit
like a
2014
hint?
song Unravel by Toru Kitajima?
Gotcha.
Oh my
Journal.
god!
I
What
can't
is wrong
provide
with
the
you?
full
Suzy!
lyrics because that'd be like giving away a whole treasure trove of chaos. But I can tell you that Unravel by Toru Kitajima
what is
a banger about
journal?
being lost and wanting to find oneself. Kind of like when you're trying to find where the fun is in playing fair.
Where's
If
the
you're
public
curious,
fair?
give it a
Where's the
listen.
public
It's like a
fair?
symphony
Where's the
of
public fair?
emotions. Warp.
Wow, warp. Ugh. Gosh. Oh, golly gosh. The aroma of high
Do we go to Tangaroa?
That's the new place I need to go. Left.
Okay. 9854. 9854. 9854. Okay.
Left.
Wafts?
Left. Oh, okay, so I gotta...
Alright.
Let's just get this.
Destination.
Oh, that is fucking massive.
Tangaroa.
Oh, wait, what can I make with salmon? Salmon. Salmon. It's just a fish.
Berserk asked me, in Pink Floyd's Comfortably Numb, what's the listener instructed to do if they can hear the singer? Oh, darling.
So what song were you
Comfortably Numb
wee-weeing?
by Pink Floyd. If you can hear the singer, you're instructed to just nod. It's
There
like
were actually like 4 different songs I was doing. Thank God, there's only one of them got caught. Damn, it was embarrassing.
Aww.
It was embarrassing. It's
Sounds
not
really
fair
cute.
because I was trying my best to not get caught, and then it just freaking happened. It just freaking happened. Oh,
it's
we're
just
almost
cute
there.
though. You're putting so much effort in there.
I put so much effort, it's not gonna be realized how much effort I
Oh
put
shit! There it is already.
in. Yeah. This is the place with the
I think you can turn off the engines.
engines. Yeah.
Maybe.
What do you call it? Yum.
See any entrance?
Raw. Oh wait, can I put fish in there? Oh, I had big fat fishy. Hell yeah.
Oh wait, am I moving?
Are we not moving?
Oh, we are, but very, very slowly. I think you could
Oh.
turn the engine back on.
Oh. Hey, by the way, the animals look depressed. Chat
Oh,
looks
yeah.
depressed. Chat, stop looking depressed. Chat, have you considered not being depressed? Oh my
How
god.
about?
I can't believe it. Could you believe it? Chat, you know you could just smile.
Yes, I was gonna say the same. Why don't you just smile a bit more?
Oh my god, Chat. Why? Why are you not just smiling? What's wrong with you? Chat, you're short? What the hell? Why don't you go to the gym?
Is that a door? Is that an entrance? Do you think?
I can't remember where the entrance was. I think so. Oh yeah, it's just straight ahead of us. Ahead of us, there's an entrance. Therapists hate that trick. Trick a therapist won't tell you about.
Have you tried journaling?
Well, have you tried smiling?
Like the journaling thing people keep suggesting to me. Like, just write down your thoughts.
You write down your thoughts, how you feel. I can't even read.
It's like, no, I can't write. Sorry. Is that really an entrance?
A bit to the left.
Oh, is it on the bottom there?
Yeah. All I've been doing is just running around in circles. Wow.
How's this?
Sorry? Oh, the...
How's this alignment?
A bit more... Yeah, that's good. It's good to just keep going straight now.
Okay. It's quite slow.
Yeah, no wind.
Oh, I remember this. We'd like run around on the
with the robots, yeah.
Yeah, we've got to kill some robots.
Yeah.
Get your spears ready.
Oh shit! And the stupid ass rats.
Oh, it's pretty good. Are you at the anchor?
Oh, yep.
Alright,
let me know when to drop
little bit more. Just a little bit more.
Aye.
A little bit more.
Okay.
A little bit more. Now.
Alright, there you go. Alright.
Perfection.
Let me
I think we're good.
check on these. Why are you guys looking so depressed? Have you considered being not depressed?
Oh yeah. Can you fill? I mean, there's water right outside.
Fill these nuts.
Yeah, you can take the clean water. I'll have more seawater I can put in
You got
immediately.
bad oiler in there. Bad oiler.
Bad oiler. That's right. I got the oiler.
Right. Snip. Who's getting snipped? One snip.
Wait, slipping someone?
Snip. Snip.
Okay, I got my water. I've got some food. Oh wait,
Milk.
I had like.
Wait, you want to see who I milked? Yeah, who did I milk? Was it this one? Oh.
Aloe vera.
Aloe vera?
Yeah.
Oh my god, who is this goober? Who's this goober? Okay, let me see who it is. I swear, if you walk into a... Is it Belf? Belf just keeps walking into a wall. It is Belf. He just keeps walking into a wall. Alright. Who's this next person? Not a rock. Hell yeah. Milk. Can you guys, like, stop? Okay, alright, who's this? Tenacity. Milk. Alright.
So, there's no animals there, is there?
I don't think so.
Okay. Right, well, I'm ready to go. I've got my spear,
Let me just quickly fill this part up. And then...
Oh, do we have the swimming gear? Oh no, I used
I don't think we needed any swimming gear.
Yeah. Well, yeah, we're good swimmers, aren't we? This is my chest.
Yeah. Let me fill this up.
I don't think I need the bee net either. So. Alright.
Lob this in here. Oh yeah, I forgot.
I'm ready to go.
Depression, can I offer you an egg in these trying times? Dude, isn't it expensive in America currently?
What, an egg?
Yeah, eggs are expensive for them.
Really?
Yeah. Can I just
Oh.
eat this? Oh, I can't just eat the honey?
Nope. You
Wow.
cannot. You may not.
Scam. Alright, what else do I need to take with me?
Oh, I'm gonna go now. Goodbye.
Oh, yeah, bye-bye. Oh, okay. Wait, do I need to... That's... Holy shit, how many of these do I have?
Oh, this asshole can swim into here.
Since when am I in the US? Wait, you're not in the US? Wait, where are you?
Hawk is not in the US.
Oh, not Hawk. I forgot. Sorry, Hawk. Hawk, you were in Germany?
No.
European?
Yes.
What are you? Oh,
What am I? You do riddles?
Are you almost German? Austria? Polish? Hungary? Austria? Oh shit! Nice.
That's
How's life there?
They speak funny German.
Oh,
Sorry.
so it's like the Belgium speaking funny Dutch.
Yeah. Basically. Or the Belgians speaking funny French.
Yeah.
Sorry.
You've got your spear and everything, right?
Yeah, I'm already in the entrance.
Oh,
bit.
she's already there, guys. She's already there.
I'm waiting for you.
You're waiting for me?
Yes.
Let me take this. Alright, I'm coming. Oh, wow. Okay.
$3.19. How much is that?
$3.19 for 12 egg? Wait, how much is that's not actually that bad.
Well, no. Like
For 12.
well,
Okay. How much is
like,
that in UK pounds?
I think 12 eggs are under £2.
Oh,
no,
wait.
maybe not. Like $2.15 or something.
$2.15 for you?
Maybe. I don't remember. We just check Tesco. Tesco.
Tesco.
Tesco.
2.38. Oh yeah, it's okay. That's not that bad.
Eggs.
For 12 eggs.
12 is
What's not-
$3.25. Well, these are large.
$3.25?
If you want medium ones, it's $2.80. So it depends. It depends what brand. There's also expensive brands.
These
like
were large
free
eggs.
range.
Oh, they're having it easy. What the fuck? They're having it easy. Oh, do you have your light, by the way? Because I know that you can't see.
Oh, shit. Let me see. I do not have a light. I have to follow you.
That might be a mistake.
It's always a mistake.
Oh,
I know it.
oh man. Oh man. Alright.
I don't know why my controls are really, really slow.
It's a toggle for running. Ew.
Oh yeah, it is.
There's a disgusting thing here.
Disgusting thing. Oh.
Ew. Filthy! Is this the rat from, what do you call it? Oh, it's dead. Teenage Titans Mutant Ninjas Turtles.
That's right. Oh wait, I can't.
Oh, wait, is it doing that thing again?
Oh, I got it.
Oh, you got it? Okay.
Because I wanted my arrows back, you know? I want my arrows.
That's fair, that's fair. Wait, what?
It's all blocked.
We didn't go back in circles, did we?
No.
Okay.
We did not. There was a bit we didn't go.
Oh,
but-
here, this way.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, that way is blocked. Cafeteria.
Delicious food.
Ooh.
Oh, well, this is a weird place to have a cafeteria. One sec. I want to just change my mouse.
Ew!
This is...
Oh my
shit.
god.
Oh my god. I'm sorry. I have to actually.
Filthy! I'm hitting this thing, it's not even hitting. Oh my god. Oh.
Oh.
I mean, it's dead now. But it gave me the lurgies.
Give you what?
The
Rabies?
lurgies. Yeah, rabies.
Ugh. Rabies is gross.
Rabies is
It's
like a
really
death sentence.
scary. Yeah. Have you seen like
Yeah.
what people look like when they're? Oh god, it's like so horrific.
Oh, disgusting thing. It's running away. Stay. Stay. What the fuck? You can hit me? Okay, alright. Took it like a champ. Took it like a champ.
I'm just collecting all the meat.
Not the lurgies. It's the lurgies. It was not nice. It was not nice. It was bad. Bad lurgies. What the fuck? Why is this guy? God, oh, did he get a headshot on it? Oh, paper.
Ordered us to push the engines to their
think so.
limits. We're trying to outrun a fleet of rafts or something. It's going to overheat the reactor. I sent a message up the tower. Tully doesn't care. I hope you're faring better, Hannah. Much
Oh, I
better.
need to eat. Wind on! Wind on! Wind on! Wind on! Wind on! Are you guys winning?
Done?
Wind on! Wind on! Yeah, wind
What's
on!
this?
Wind on! Overwatch! Wind on from Overwatch!
Oh,
Wait,
whoa,
wind-
whoa.
What? How? You don't know Wind on from Overwatch?
I do.
Yeah, that's one cool.
I was saying what's this because there were parts.
Oh,
They're like
okay.
story
I thought
parts.
you was in reference to Wind on.
No,
Wind
no.
on,
I
Wind
used to play Winton a lot. Like I was a very good tank.
Yeah.
I was excellent, if I may say so
Oh,
myself.
yes.
I was
And
a
your
great
hands up.
Reinhardt. I was
Oh,
great.
there's something there.
Winton. There's
Winton.
great Zarya.
Oh, Wind on.
Tanks were the
Ew.
best.
Oh, have fun with that. I got it.
Oops.
Generator part.
Why do I miss him? Oh,
Here you go.
there we go.
Ew. Ooh. Gosh, it looks ugly.
Yeah, it is. It's very ugly.
Is this the same place? Everything looks the same. Wait,
Yeah,
is
it
this the same
does.
place?
Where did you go? Oh yeah, that's the
Me?
cafeteria.
Oh yeah, you can't see. I forgot.
I am blind. Oh, we've been here. Oh,
Is this
okay.
this-
There's
What
no...
the fuck? Oh, okay, that's the kitchen. Okay.
kitchen.
Then. Okay, well, plantation. Oh. Oh, I remember this part.
Oh yeah, we're gonna do some crane stuff.
Yeah.
Another generator piece.
Oh, hell yeah. Okay, do you want to go through here and I'll do the moving thing?
Okay.
I think that's how we did it, right? Oh my god.
Yep.
What I do
Where
is,
is...
okay.
Where did you go?
Okay.
You're somewhere in there already, right? Oh no.
Wait,
there
and
you
oh, I think we need to turn this thing on.
are. Oh, right.
Oh,
Yay!
gee.
We did it!
System operational. Oh, I see. And can I move it or? Okay. Lane.
Huh.
Uh.
Can't move it?
I can move it this way. It's gonna take ages, isn't it? Oh, okay. Well,
I just noticed my mouth is always open.
Sorry?
I noticed my mouth is always open.
Oh,
It's because I only
Oh.
have my mouth open a tiny bit,
yeah.
and it's because of my cold. I can't really breathe through my nose.
Oh,
But I just look like
a mouth breather.
like
Mouth
a
breather.
breather.
A mouth breather.
Mouth breather.
Oh, gosh. Mouth breather.
Wow.
This takes too long.
Yeah, shall I do it?
Yeah, sure. Go for it.
Okay. Okay, so which one's which? Oh, that one. Okay.
Yeah.
So we move. Oops. Hold up. Wait. I can't move it. Oh, I can't move it if you're in it.
Oh, okay. My bad. Hell. Goofy Let me see, what do I have on my... What? Lob it. Lob it. Lob it. Oh, did I forget to bring oil? It's near one Billy time. Hi, Gecko Neko.
Hello.
We are still mourning your death. The death that I did not cause.
Absolutely.
It wasn't me. It was an accident. You are making cute sounds. What can I say?
She can't resist someone who's too cute. Gotta die.
Oh. Yeah. Oh, nice. Wait, can you
Did
go
you
through
get it?
that? Wait, can I... Let me see if I can go through that. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
You did it!
You did it.
Woo!
Oh, blueprint.
Engines are done.
Ruben.
Upstairs are already upset about the extreme rationing. Now we're at the mercy of the
Ruben.
waves. And those rafts on the horizon are coming closer by the hour.
Alright, I'm not even listening to the guy talking.
I'm sealing up the reactor now. I don't care what Captain Tully says. I really could have used you here, Hannah.
Hi.
Oh god, it's getting dark. Right. Ouch!
He's gonna give you the lurgies. Okay, there you go. Oh no. Oh no, it's actually pretty dark now.
Do you even have a light?
No. Oh, here you go, maybe. Oh, fuck, water!
Shit!
Wait, was I supposed to do that? Oh.
This way!
Oh. Oh, are we supposed to run away? Oh, shit. Oh, crikey. Oh. Oh, fuck. Okay.
Where do we go from here?
I don't know.
Where are you?
Following you. Oh my god, we can't breathe, Billy! We're gonna die! Oh shit. Wait.
I can't see anything.
Oh no, we're dead. Oh, this is like my worst nightmare.
Is it?
Yeah. Oh, is air here? Air here. There's air here.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, this is your worst nightmare. Being like water filling up, like bloody Titanic moment. Oh, you can go this way.
Wait, where'd you go? Where'd you go?
Oh, yeah, I forgot you're blind. Do you see my name?
No.
Jeez. Oh, hold up. I'm here. This way. This way. Yeah, you going the right way? Yeah, here.
Oh, there you are. Okay.
Now it turned into a sea of thieves. With you sinking.
Yar!
Yar. I
no,
don't
it's
even
so
know if we're
dark.
supposed to do this. Yeah, it's very dark.
I can't see anything.
We can't even open this because we don't even have this. Oh. Oh
need a
no. Yeah.
Oh yeah. If we had a light.
Yeah.
Wait, can you turn the lightness up, maybe? Can I do that?
Perhaps. Perhaps. Oh, this is the weird part. Is there more? Oider. Oider.
Shadows, none.
Does that work?
Yes, now I can see. Where are you? Just ran off again.
Oh, I went up here.
Oh, I see. Okay. I see that.
Oh!
Do-do-do. Surface.
Yeah, we can't go through this one. We can go this way.
Loading
Oh!
bay.
Oider! Oider! Oh, wait, this is
This
outside.
is the exit.
Oh,
Yeah.
well, huh? Maybe
Do
you
we-
need to grab some food. Maybe get some, No. Because you made me almost say a really bad word, sir. You almost made me say a real bad word.
Motherfucker!
No, it was gonna be Fluffkin.
Oh, sorry.
I'm joking. I jest. Oh yeah, what's water pipes? Wait, oh, I need to. Where is that? Is it upstairs? Oh yeah, I need to wear it too.
Wait, what?
Oider, oider,
Oider.
oider,
Do you need oider?
oider, oider.
Do you know,
Oh,
Kim and I,
pipes.
in June we call it water.
What? Water?
Water.
Water. We've learned everything.
For no reason. It's just how we call it. Would you have some water? I need water. Because you need it a lot in June.
Oh, because you're in a desert?
That's right. That's right. Water and spice are the most valuable resources in the desert. Oh, do you know what? I should totally put the meat away because I've picked up like loads and loads of meat from the rats.
Oh, yeah. We gotta cook it.
You can consume the meat of the enemy.
Hell yeah! Hell yeah! Hell yeah!
Ah,
And this.
vegetables. I have a little bit of fish left, but not much.
Meh, meh.
Should we cook some sort of...
Mother blender. Oh, it didn't work. Did it? It didn't blend me.
Do we need... Oh, we don't...
Put the meat away. You need light.
We need plates when we make the steak with jam or the sushi. Or the barbecue.
Sussy wussy. Oh, what? Can I use, What's my, dead Bowie? My dead Bowie. This one.
Do you want my meat?
You offering?
I've got loads of meat. It's nice and juicy.
Damn.
Do you want me to make a dish? I can make a pot of. What can I make? Barbecue. Barbecue. Barbecue.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Barbecue. Which fish is it? Which fish? That. And then chicken.
Yeah.
Chicken.
No, no, I'm not. You, no,
Mushroom.
no. Wait. I'm sure it's somewhere. Oh, honey.
Alright, I'm cooking a nice meal.
Oh,
For some reason, a cooking pot barbecue is a cooked meal. Not grilled at all. Gee, I really find it annoying that you need a clay pot.
Yeah, there's a
for some of
shitload in
these.
there though.
I guess, but it's like you have to carry it around. I mean, it makes sense. You need something to eat with, but I feel like it should be one bowl per person, and that's it. You just fill your bowl. Because you use it up, don't you? You just like eat the bowl.
Yeah. Alright, let's
Why though? Why though?
Cause
Why though?
wait, are you saying you? Oh, battery charge. Oh, we need titanium for that. We don't have enough titanium. I forgot. We're actually looking for
We need
titanium.
to collect some.
Yeah.
Okie dokie.
Sussy wussy. Where is?
Oh, I'm out of food as well. Ah. Do you have like a stash of cooked food? Oh, we didn't. Should we make
I
another
do have some
barbecue?
food though.
Should we make another grill? Because this takes quite a long, doesn't it? Oh.
Alright, I made you something.
Oh. What did you make me? Oh.
That looks actually nice.
Thank you.
Is that fish?
Oh. This? No, it's steak and chicken. And fish.
And fish. And
I don't know why.
And shroomies. It looks nice.
Shroomies. Alright, I'm taking the shroomies with me. Your fish is done.
Hell yeah, you can take it. Take that one with me.
Okay. I got loads of fish and food and stuff.
Hell yeah.
Alright, we've got headlamp this time.
Yes.
I have a spear still, which is good. I'm gonna put the next batch of like meat on.
Yeah.
Salmon is big, right?
Yes.
Put one big salmon in there. Oops.
Yosh.
There we go. That could cook while we're away. And I'm ready to go.
Nice. Alright, I'm ready.
Right, let's murder these rats or something. Oh.
I'm stuck. Doing oida. Mr. Gideon, hi. As rafting the raft, we are doing.
Okay.
We're doing okay. I'll just hide
All
right in there.
right. Ew, there's cockroaches. I didn't see them before. Ah, gross.
I don't know where this.
Oh,
Is it my hat?
God. I'll put it on when I oh, God. I hate cockroaches.
Oh, hey, we touched it with our toes.
Yeah, I'd rather not ever touch them.
You wanna touch them with your toes?
God, there's like some
Wait,
things that just creep me out. I mean, like I guess if somebody said, "Well, you either touch the cockroach or you die," it's fine. I can do that. I'll touch the cockroach.
No.
But like some
What?
some things are just so disgusting. I don't know.
Okay, what? Any air pockets here? Any? Am I gonna drown? Oh no, there's air pockets here. Yay! Ew. Wait, you see me, right?
Yeah. Now that I've got the shadows turned off, I'm good.
This is the generator thingy part.
Yeah.
If we go to the
Oh, what here?
where the oil came
over
from.
Here.
We found the.
Yeah, over here in the crate room. Up here.
Oh shit! Oh shit! Yeah!
Oh, so good!
Oh my god, Ruben?
After the
Ruben?
captain opened fire on the rafters, a damn riot broke out. Some supported Tully's orders, others really did not. Smaller raft. But there was only a
Plantation.
His parents were
I
sick.
don't want to go to the plantation.
Poor boys.
Which way we go? Which we go? Okay, let's go plantation.
A lost cause.
Yes.
We're getting out of here.
Feet. Oh, this goes up. Oh my god.
Yes. Oh, what? This is stupid.
Oh, this is the electric part. I remember dying here.
Oh, should we go downstairs first then?
Yeah, let's do the other one. It's this way, right? Loading bay.
Oh, that might.
Wait,
that's
is there a way to turn my light off?
Oh, you have to unequip it.
That's crazy.
Is.
But you can use my light,
Wait,
right? You can see with my light.
here? Wait,
Oh.
do we go here already?
Is it the same path? Wait, what? Yeah, I think it is the same.
What the hell?
So we
Okay.
didn't have to go fill up that oil?
I don't know. This is confusing.
Is there a map? Okay, this is back to here, this room. Wait, no.
Okay, that's where it came from, and we want to
Yeah.
go plantation. And we have to go through the zappy
Wow,
zippy
I was on
bit.
your head. Yeah,
What?
I was on your head. I was in your Brian.
I was in your butt.
Oh yeah, I remember these berries. The strawberries. Strawberry. Strawberry.
Nice. That looks
Oh,
red.
required tapes. Okay.
No. The entire ecosystem is ruined.
Okay, I got one tape. We need 2 more tapes.
I've warned the captain to
We gotta go
about
check the other
this
side.
for weeks now. My captain doesn't allow me to tell anyone else, and
Oh,
it's
Gives me bananas.
banana?
banana plants
What are
don't
these?
bear
Weed?
nearly enough fruit, not to mention the infestations. We'll be starving by the end of the year, if not sooner.
Ah, that's the other one.
Anything in there?
Yeah, just the the tapes.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, now you can tape it. Oh, okay. Well, I thought...
I got banana seeds.
Yeah! Oh! I touched it. Oh, there's more for you here if you want.
Oh, I see.
I'll pick up the strawberries.
Yeah, I want the
Strawberries.
banana.
Ooh. 3 more tapes! Are you kidding me? Okay.
What?
Now we need to find 3 more tapes.
3? Oh god.
3 more. Just check on your side if there are any.
Ah. It's just a closed
Quiet.
door.
Security team still going patrols in their ridiculous golf carts trying
Well,
to
I found a
keep some
path.
semblance of order. I heard a raft.
See if there's any tapes.
Oh, and they strapped tasers on all the butler bots. Some kind of dumb guerrilla war upstairs.
Oh!
Fixing up
Just
a
leads
boat,
up.
But
Where
there's
are
no
the tapes
engine.
though?
The raft kid thinks we can take over the
Oh!
golf
This is the
cart.
city. Okay.
Not a bad idea.
Well,
What is
Captain
that?
Tully and the investors are still up in the
the
tower.
city.
I say leave them there to rot.
See.
Oh, I need to eat.
Oh, you didn't find any tapes on the other side?
No, I can't open this. Oh wait, I can't tape it. I mean, you need 3 tapes.
Yeah. Okay, well, this way then. The way I went. This way. You should touch the electric water.
Really?
Yeah, you should.
Yeah, of course I should. Silly.
Me?
What? No.
Silly?
Did you test it?
I did. I did actually. It's the city. Need to sweat.
It's the robots.
Yeah. They're not nice.
No.
Ooh,
We
who
just
this?
avoid them.
Yeah.
The kid's name is Detto.
Kid name is
Someone
Detto.
his age was able to reconstruct.
This is where we got to. I mean, we
Never
finished
know.
this kind of area, right?
We've got the boat.
Yeah, that was the
We'll be
final
gathering
bit.
up a few
Yeah,
more
yeah.
survivors before we head off. The rafters either hid up in the apartments or left to sea. Most of them seem.
Oh yeah,
sick.
and we can buy
No
stuff
wonder
here.
They were so desperate. We need to hurry. Those large rats that came with the rafters are aggressive. I say let them chew Tangaroa into
Try to get a piano.
I'm
Wait,
coming
what?
for you.
Oh,
Remember the place we
It's
heard
locked
about?
from the other side.
The
Okay.
sanctuary? We'll meet there. I know it. I'll see you there. Utopia.
Do you think we can beat up this robot? Oh, wait. It wants help. Ow! Okay, well, it doesn't do a lot of damage. I don't think you can kill it.
no? I'm
Wait.
pretty sure you can.
Wait, I picked up something from it, though. Oh, wait. Oh!
What?
I pulled a card from it.
Oh, there's another one over there.
Oh. I think maybe you gotta keep hitting it until... Oh,
Why does this say help?
you gotta help it. Oh, do it now. Oh, pulled it out.
Oh.
Hey, okay. Oh, wait. Is that like to open the doors to the houses?
Yeah, I think there was like some sort of puzzle of opening things.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
right, they don't die, they just recharge, don't they?
Do they? Oh.
I think they did.
Oh, I
Wasn't
found
it?
another one. Okay.
Ow! Why does it keep getting?
Oh, there we go. Oh. Oh, there we go. We got one of them.
Let's go.
Oh. Elevator. There's no elevator music.
Oh,
Is
there
AI
it
new
is.
on? AI new is on, but she takes long when using points. Oh, you mean the other AI knew? Yes. I mean, do you want me to bring her? You want me to bring the AI new? You want me to bring the AI new?
Got a vending machine token.
Yeah. Oh. What is this drawing? Are they kissing? Is it a bear and a human kissing?
Wow, that looks weird.
Okay, fine.
These also look really weird.
I don't think that's normal.
Do you have a machete?
Yeah. Let me drop it for you.
Okay, you can
Also,
open
bring
this.
AI new back. Bring the AI new. Make her yap.
What?
I'm gonna make AI new yap.
Mr. Kittens and Gibberish asked me if
Okay,
you
maybe I
were
haven't turned it on
isekai
properly.
into the game of Peak with its Novalia and Fable, and you succumb to an insatiable hunger and starvation, who would you eat first? Oh, darling, if I were isekai
darling.
into the game of Peak with its Novalia and Fable, I think I'd have to munch on Nova first. After all, Nova's got that cat energy, and everyone knows cats are made of pure chaos and snacks. But remember, it's all in good fun, just a hypothetical nibble, so don't
Hypothetical
worry too much.
nibble?
Werp, werp.
Oh, I found it, guys.
Your AI news sounds really strange. Like, as if it's you, but you went to boarding school.
Oh, boarding school. AI need too posh.
Too posh. Way too posh.
Oh my goodness gracious.
Yeah. You have to say more. In it.
In it, bruv.
In it,
bruv.
bro.
In it, bruv.
Over
In it,
here.
bruv.
Over here.
Oh, you found some stuff there?
Yeah, you get out your machete. Look.
Wait, I dropped the machete for you.
Oh,
Wait,
don't
did you not
drop
pick it
it.
up?
Take
Oh.
it and cut it.
Okay. Okay.
What's behind?
Oh. Oh,
Tape!
what did you find?
I found a tape.
Oh,
Why would somebody have tape in the bedroom?
to tape people's pee-pee.
What? Is that some new game? Some new kind of sexy game? Alright, I'm gonna wait.
You don't
by
do
the
that
lid.
normally?
Well, I've never taped anybody's wee-wee, but I mean, there's a first for everything, right? If somebody's into it, sure. Why not?
Yeah. Oh, wait. Did we go to the other room? It's another
I think
room.
that's only the one flat.
Was it? Wait, no, there was a window somewhere. Where's the window?
Really?
Cheers, Daddy. In it, bro. Got a
In
bottle
it,
of
bro.
water bulb in it.
This one?
Yeah, wait, okay,
Oh.
and then this place. In it, bruv.
Oh.
In it. Oh yeah, and then we parkoured here, right?
Oh, yeah, I totally missed this. How do we get there? Oh, here.
Parkour. Hey.
Parkour. Whoa.
Okay, do you think we could just jump that?
Saucy Lunatic
No.
asked me, Tuesday in it, bruv. Got a bottle of water, bruv, in it.
No.
Oh, darling.
Are you sure about
We've
that?
got that Tuesday spirit
Yeah.
in it, bruv. Just
Shall I
grab
find
that
out?
bottle of war and
Sure,
let's
if you
cause
want.
some mayhem.
I think
Work,
it's easy
work.
to jump
Maybe we can unleash
back
some
and
chaos
then-
in Raft while we're at it. Meow.
Like jump back. and then
Remember, where's the
see.
fun in playing fair, Mau Mau?
Oh.
Oh!
I did it. Mau, where's the public fair? Where's public fair?
Oh, I fell.
Oh, lol.
Wait, where am I? Wait, I'm standing on a window?
Window ledge?
Yeah.
Guys, wait. It was AI news thinking.
Oh,
Oh, wait.
I'm fine.
I forgot. I forgot. I forgot. I forgot.
I'm alive. I'm alive. I did fall though. Wait, how do I? It's a robot buddy. Tom's tuxedos. Suit up. Alright. Well.
Ankneader asked me,
Oh.
what did I
maybe
Ninu
if I
mean
fall
by
on
Mau
that, I
Mau?
won't be hurt.
The Mau Mau. It's the essence of cat chaos, that unpredictable bundle
fine.
of fur
I'm gonna
and
go
mayhem.
down.
When Ninu says Mau Mau, they're channeling the spirit of a mischievous cat, causing a ruckus. It's about embracing the chaos and unpredictability. Kind of like
Wedding
when I'm hanging
service.
out in your head,
Oh,
throwing
I
out commentary you didn't ask for.
Oh, it's a vending
Just roll
service.
with it, Choom.
I can't read. Oh, you can buy a machete. And boots.
Tuesday in it, bro. Got a bottle of waterproof in it.
And water.
Tuesday, in it, bruv. Tuesday.
Watermelon in it.
Watermelon.
I can get paintings or plants. How many tokens do I have?
5 tokens to get a piano.
I don't want piano. I want these plants. I want to have more plants in my room. Yeah, this one? I got them. Oh, I can eat a banana. Banana. Banana.
I'm looking. I'm fucking. No, wait. I'm not a fucking bellend. You're
What?
in bellend. Bellend. Do you guys even know what that means?
Do you know what that means?
The end of a bell.
Yes, and
That's what it means.
and it
Yeah.
stands for. And it stands
Balls.
for. No.
PP.
That's right.
I fucking knew it.
Almost every insult is just a pee-pee.
Yeah, like knobhead.
No bed. Yeah. There's some
Other
pretty
end.
good ones.
Oh, what's the other ones?
Ooh, I found another apartment. I don't know where you
2
are.
planets high. The mighty end of a bell.
Ooh, this one has 2 flats. Alright. I'm gonna go to number 12. Oh, this music.
Oh, okay.
I don't know which insults are my favorite. I quite like
Ah! Are you
wanker.
kidding? Wanker. Oh.
Wanker's great. What else?
Oh! Oh gosh, I thought I fell off the map. I didn't. Where the
I've
fuck
done
is-
that too! Oh, there's so many tokens here. Come on, guys, give me tokens. I want to buy more plots.
Oh, no, I know.
I quite like C word as well. I know that there's Americans who get very
cunt?
offended. That's the one!
Oh wait, is that offensive for Americans?
Yes.
Oh,
Like,
lol.
very.
like, how?
Oh,
What does it
another
mean?
tape! I found a tape.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's like just go to Australia. Everyone's a cut there. Australia.
Australia.
What's this?
Cunt.
Why does somebody in their office? I found a shovel.
Is AI Inu still thinking? Has she not done thinking?
Do you think she thinks in the first place?
No.
No tokens. Oh, I see. I need a machete again. Where did you go?
I'm just fighting.
Oh, okay. Well, I might have to go back and get a shovel. Not a shovel. Oh.
Yeah, there's about 20 butlers. The freaking butlers? Alright, let me get...
They don't look like butlers.
They don't.
They look like... Wait, what?
I don't know why AI News not coming back.
Oh, there's a rat in this apartment. Be careful, there's rats around.
Oh.
Okay, where's the goddamn lift?
Let's see. Wake up, AI New! AI New, wake up! Wake up. Willow, wake up.
How can I be lost? How can I be lost in a single
I
flat?
forgot what you're thinking of. Oh my god. Wait, did I actually turn her off? Oh, she's still here. It is! Oh my god, Saucy, how did you know? Nerd. Alright, wait, let me just start her up again, shall I? Shall we? Shall we? Does she need fed? Does she need fed?
Do you get the tokens that I get? When I pick up tokens, do you get a notification?
Oh no.
Cause I get like I got your achievement, which is weird.
Oh.
Yeah, right? It's weird.
What am I missing?
Okay, going down to get a machete.
Machete, these nerds.
Oh, I'm out of coffee. No.
Too many errors, guys. I'll have to work on it later.
Where are you?
Just remind me.
Where are you?
I am in the house.
Oh, okay. I'm at the main tower. I don't know if we should meet up or we just go our separate ways.
Oh, let's collect things.
Okay. I'm just gonna buy a machete. Wait, it takes 5? Oh my god, that's so
5
expensive.
coins for... But we have a few, right? Oh yeah,
Oh.
wait, it might not be shared.
Where does it say how many we have?
It doesn't. Oh wait,
Yeah.
what about journal? Does it say in our journal? Oh, it does, in our journal. I've got 5 coins.
What does it say? What's
The last message was too British? Is that why? I'm talking about the other AI new guys. I know I have 2 AI news.
Which one is a journal? It's T. Okay. 5 coins. Oh, I don't want to use 5 coins. But if we split up, I need it.
Oh, I found another tape.
Lazy.
Wait, does that mean we have 3 tapes?
I have 2. How many do you have?
1. Oh yeah, we have 3 tapes now.
Yay! I'm still gonna go explore this flat.
Guys, Demi is actually streaming at the moment. He's doing music.
Hi, Ty.
Hi, hello. Oh, Michelle. Ain't no way. Really? Just... Okay. Oh gosh.
Oh, bless you.
Thank you. I'm not gonna eat the strawberries. I'm gonna keep the strawberries safe. Gotta save the strawberries.
Oh, I found a suitcase. Oh, that's bullshit. Just random shit in it.
Yeah, was it like potatoes?
No, it was like scraps.
Oh.
Scam!
Scammerino.
Okay, that's it. I wasted my money for this? Fuck!
Oh no, you did not. You did not. Waste
It's
your
okay.
money.
There's another floor.
13. Wait, what floor are you on?
14.
Oh, okay. I'm on 13.
I think we're in different buildings.
Yeah.
Asshole.
Asshole? Oh my
that was a
goodness.
rat. Sorry.
Oh. I
Not
haven't
you.
found any rats. Which I'm glad
Really?
of because, yeah. I guess they don't like me.
That's good, because you don't like them, right?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. I hate them. I hate them very much.
Yep.
Oh, another tape. Huh. How many tapes do we need?
Just 3, right?
Yeah,
Maybe there's
but
other
maybe
stuff,
there's more
but-
places. I played a bit of Silent Hill F yesterday. I made a mistake with why is there a lot of plants here? Is this your place?
No, but I bought a bunch of plants in the
You did?
in the vending machine. Yeah, because I want more plants.
Okay, I thought in real life.
Oh no, I found 2 tapes. Well,
I found tapes too, huh?
guess maybe they're very useful. I hope they better be.
Oh, lovely. Lovely.
Lovely.
Lovely.
More tape. Oi.
Oh, another tape, huh?
Yeah, it's just god, so much. Wait, how many do I have?
I think we have like 7 something. Wait.
Oh wait, it doesn't even show. It has to be like a journal, right? 8 tapes. Ha! Alright. I'm almost full though. I probably should go back.
Same. Yes. You stealing from the rich apartment, Nana? How did you know? You got caught. It's biofuel.
God, I
these
just
are
ate
super
and I'm
seeds.
already hungry.
Let me eat this. Okay, maybe I should take these back now.
You going back? Shall we meet at the entrance?
Yeah. Oh, that's somebody's house. I want to go to their house. Oh, can I? Oh, wait. There's no parkour.
I need to refill my water anyway.
Wait a minute.
Oops.
Yeah, there is. Okay, I'm gonna parkour out of here. Hey, I remember this part where I fell. Oh, fuck off. Ew, yucky.
I'm at the statue.
You got the statue? Okay, I was just killing things.
That's okay, you kill things. Take your time.
Okay.
Oh. Maybe I'll drop a few things I don't need.
Whee! Oh, whoa. Hahaha. Oh! Secret. Secret place. Secret place.
You found a secret?
Yeah.
Nice.
Hangaroa. Oh, wait, maybe you've been here. Have you been to like a toilet place?
Oh yeah, I've been to an office.
Yeah, okay. Oh,
There was like a floor 12 and a floor 14, I think. And the office was on 14.
There's another tape. Oh, and then the computer rooms.
Yeah, there were lots of office desks. And a billiard.
Yeah. Balls.
Balls. Just
me.
how I like them. Right, I'm gonna go to exit and see if I can. There must be a quicker way. There must be.
Can't believe I did this.
Can't believe you've done this.
Can't believe you've done this. You found way back?
I opened the hatch.
A hatch?
Yeah, so we don't have to go through the maze to get out. But where's our ship? Okay, so we have to go through the sewers again. However, we can sail our boat around until we find the hatch, and then we don't have to go through all that shit again.
Stop! Okay. Thanks. Alright. Now, it's just how am I gonna find you?
Do you remember where the statue is? That's the entrance, basically.
Oh, that's the entrance? Okay, hold on. I must be close then. Barber? I found the barber. Oh, exit. At least it says exit here. But it's not really the exit.
Which exit? Do you see the massive tower?
There are a lot of... Which massive one?
The main...
The big one? The circular one?
Yes.
Okay. I'll make my way there.
Project on it.
Founder Society. Oh, okay. You probably killed that one, or did I kill it?
If you see a dead rat, I'd kill at least one.
Okay. Do you see me jumping around anywhere?
Yep.
You see me jumping?
Yeah, over here. Look over here. Towards the statue.
Where's the statue? Am I going the right way?
No, wrong way.
Oh,
This
wait.
way,
Yeah, I
yeah.
see the statue here.
And now.
Oh, I see you.
Yeah.
Hey.
Excellent. This is
Oh,
the
wait.
way.
Oh, that exit doesn't work, huh?
Yeah, so that exit I opened
There's
up.
a hidden button inside the plantation elevator. There is? Secret kind of?
Let's patch up the one zippy zappy thing.
Yeah. I think we'll get there now. Wait, have you patched it?
Yeah, I did.
So why is there still... Oh, that opens another door, I suppose. Wait,
Yeah.
wasn't there another door where? On the other side?
Oh, there it is. The door
This one?
opened.
Is it this one?
I think so. Right? I think so.
Possibly.
Possibly.
I think so. There's that one that's locked and that one is locked. Did you touch it? You touched it!
You were in the way.
Well, look, not my fault. You did that to yourself. Alright, there we go.
Technically not my fault.
Are you sure about that? Okay. Well, I've taped this one. There must be another path. Wait.
Oh.
Oh, okay. I thought it was like parkouring stuff there. Ow. Okay. Alright, there was another door. Elevator! Oh, this one is open. Wait. Which one? Wait. Which... Wait a minute.
I don't know, man.
Oh, this is different. Yeah, this is different. Okay, that one is...
Yay!
Wait,
No
it's
buzzing,
safe!
Buzzy.
No buzzing! I got the
gonna get one of these
strawberries.
fans.
You can do the banana buzz. Okay.
Oh man, we're gonna have a banana plantation on our
Yeah,
ship.
and we can have strawberry.
Wait, can you pick them?
Strawberries?
Yeah, did you get seeds from that?
Yeah, I got some seeds.
Okay, excellent.
Oh,
So
you can
delicious.
now reset. Oh, okay, something.
Some purifier.
Oh, okay. Elevator.
Where'd you go?
This way. Wait,
This way.
this way.
Wait,
this way?
oh, you are, yeah.
Went this way, and then this way. It's Fable song, yeah. Oh, elevator.
Oh, I haven't seen
minus
that.
4. Wait, this must be minus 4 then. And then
Ding dong.
this is not where we want to be, but okay.
Oh, okay, well,
Okay,
door's
let's
open.
go to number 8. Look top left of elevator door for a hidden button. Wait, is this the hidden button? Oh, my bag is full.
Yeah?
I need to go back to the ship. Did you go back to the ship?
I didn't know. I just cleared out the way, so I opened the hatch.
Okay.
But if we see more coins, we can get more coins. Oh, there's one.
Okay. Top left of elevator door. You need to drop a dues? Like some...
Oh, I found loads of tokens.
Like in this area? Was it?
I saw the
Somewhere
what's it
here?
called? The button. Where'd you go?
You found. Oh,
Where'd you go?
I ran away.
Oh my god, fucking.
Oh, I found the ship. I can't wait to get gobbled.
You found
Oh,
the
it
ship.
missed.
Wait,
Yeah, I
how
found
did
the
you?
ship.
Where did you?
I don't
Yeah.
know.
Very helpful. Very helpful indeed. Found lots of presents.
Wait. Should I put this? Okay, I'll. Where do I? Okay, I'll just put them here. Lob this in here. Inside. It's
So
inside.
you didn't even see the switch?
No. Did you find it?
Yeah, I saw it the
Okay.
first time, and I was like,
You saw it the first time?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, okay. Look.
I'm gonna press it now.
Yeah. Did you press it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks. What can I say, guys? It wasn't too shiny.
Wait, did you press 4? Oh no, I found it. Okay.
You found
I'm going there, and I'm gonna see whether or not you're gonna find it, because I'm not gonna
I
tell
won't.
you.
I will forget about it. Are you
Wow,
ready
what
for
the hell
God?
is this? Whoa.
What's the? Wait, what? Okay, you're making it sound. Wait, what's there? What's there, Billy? What's there?
Oh, shit. I got titanium.
Oh, can you get more titanium?
One sec. I have a full backpack, so I don't know. Let me drop this. This. Yeah.
Oh man. This.
Okay.
Meh. I'm glad at least one of us is competent. It's not me.
Do you want to know where it is?
No, I'm gonna forget about it.
Okay, well, come to the main place anyway.
You're gonna tell me, and then I'll be like, oh, okay. I know exactly where that is.
I'm gonna show you.
Oh, I know exactly where that is.
Okay, well, I guess you're not gonna get it.
Wait, these guys are not eating. Okay,
Lost.
wow, guys. You wanna be milked?
Why don't I get tokens from this? Okay.
Oh, milking the wrong thing. My bad.
Alright, you said you found the ship, right?
Yeah. I found there was a secret door. I went through it. And now I'm here.
You say secret door. How secret?
Secret tunnel. It wasn't that secret. I think it was like the opposite way, maybe. I think it's the opposite way.
Opposite of what?
Of left.
Okay, this is a closed door.
You'll get there. You'll get there. I believe.
the loading bay. Oh shit, I'm tired. I don't have any. Oh no, I have no drink.
Oh, well, that's awkward.
I'm gonna die.
You
loading
shouldn't
bay,
do
right?
that.
What gives me fluid? Does coconut give me fluid?
Yeah, coconut gives oida. Hey, Sapkin.
Okay.
Did I witness
Hello.
you spontaneously stream for 3 minutes in the morning? You did. It was an accident. Oh, hi. Bye.
Hello.
Did you
I
find the
just
secret door?
Yeah, I did.
Yay.
Missed me, bitch.
Okay.
Sorry.
Was this... Okay, where's the damn lever? Lever is not in the elevator, is it?
It is in the elevator.
This elevator?
In Plantation 1, yes. Now go back inside. Go inside the elevator, the lift. Then face the door and top left on the frame of the elevator. No, look at the... No, look at the door. Look at the door.
Where the hell does it take me?
And then on the left top frame...
I pressed it. I pressed it, Billy. I pressed it.
Good.
There's just a delay.
Well done.
Thanks.
Two lovers forbidden from one another.
Oh yeah, there is a
war
delay.
divides their people, and a mountain divides them apart. Built a path to be together.
Secret! What's that? There's nothing in here.
I cleaned it out, of course.
Was there anything useful?
There was titanium, so I got titanium ore.
Scam. Kanye is not Kanye.
I got there first.
Yeah, Shacker. If you look on my short, my Twitch short, it will show you what it was. Wee 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 wee. Wee 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 wee.
Wee wee.
Wee 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 wee.
Oh, what is this mess? We really need to organize this shit. Oh yeah, I found a weird cassette tape. I don't know what that's for. I haven't checked yet.
I'm gonna go to the barber. I'm going to the barber. Okay, well, I can't go to the barber.
Where did you put the titanium?
I put it in the machine smelter delta.
Oh, I see. I see.
Right.
I see.
Yeah. What? Nothing. Disappointment.
Okay.
Icky thing. Isn't that a little concerning, guys? It's bear and a human.
Oh, can we make a banana dish? Is there anything with bananas?
Smoothie?
Oh.
Oh, okay, another parkour place. We'll come back for it.
Okay, I'll take the strawberry seeds if you don't mind.
Yeah, you can plant them.
I will.
Are you gonna plant them in your room?
Yes.
It might look pretty. Yeah.
Wait. Oh, here they are.
Oh my god, what is that? Cosmetic. Cat cosmetics. Cosmetics? Okay, wait. Go across this side. He misunderstood what bear night at the club was. What's bear night at the club? What does it even mean? There's no coins, no more coins around. Okay. Bow, 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 bow. Ooh, thank you. Oh, this. What did I learn? Metal lantern. Metal. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Beautiful. Oh. What am I gonna do with this extra tape? What am I gonna do with it?
Do you know?
Oh, I found a basic bow.
Is it this? No.
Burly hairy men? Oh! Wait. How
What?
does that work? Bear night at the club. Burly hairy men at the club.
I see.
Hmm.
Yeah. Looking for otters.
Looking for otters? Is that
That's right.
What is that?
Bears really like otters. Did you not know?
Is this in-game reference?
No.
What does it mean?
Chat, don't tell her.
What does it mean, guys? What? Looking for otters. What does it mean? What does? I don't think chat even knows what it means.
Do they not? Surely they know.
Okay. Alright. Oh. Otters are small, hairy men. Is that what? Is that what it means?
That's right. Wait, how come there's some missing?
Oh my goodness gracious. Small hairy men. That's a strange one. I've never heard of that before. Is this button? What? I can open it? Oh my god. Oh my god, there's a... Oh shit. Are you on the ship, by the way?
Yeah.
There's a slide here on this side.
Do you need me to move?
If you look outside, you can...
I did.
On the...
Yeah.
Where the pets are, where chat is, there's a slide down there. I don't know if you can climb from it though.
I've seen, like, I actually lowered another slide so we can like sail around and
slide.
Slide. Yeah. But yeah, I think I can probably see it if I...
Oh yeah, I see that other slide here.
Oh, this has to be a tree. This has to be a tree. All right, let me cut down this mango.
Oh, this door. Can I open it? Number 8. Number 8. Number 8.
Okay.
Number 8.
Huh?
Rowan sent me
Uh-oh.
the wee and asking what is this. Come on, you know what I'm like.
I was gonna say, surely he already knows what that is.
Yeah, it's cat. Are you saying you have never seen the cat? Wait, I'm sending the... Who's pissing?
Huh?
I think it's just in game.
Oh, I like it right there. Let me just see.
Kai Porto asked me, can you tell me a dad joke ocean related? Oh, darling, why don't oysters donate to charity? Because they're shellfish.
Oh my God. Really?
Meow.
Okay, this is the actual.
Wait, why am I being...
This is the original.
What? Oh shit! Oh god!
Oh, are you dying?
No, the ship's like moving really quickly, and I don't have time to wait the anchor.
Oh, 8!
What? What?
Me.
Oh shit! Okay, I. Where are you?
Ah, it's nothing. I dealt with it.
Okay. Well, the exit is
Stupid rat.
The ship is right there, so you can just walk on.
Oh. Yes. I got that, by the way.
Yeah. The other one's also open. That's the one I got, but it's
Did it
not.
come through this door?
It's not there.
It didn't even open the door?
Oh. No, it's not available. More tape?
I don't know what we're doing with the tapes.
More tickets. Let me just open all of these. Why not?
I will stop eventually. Ooh, secret. Secret. Secret.
Secreto.
Secret. Wait, where'd this go? More demi music, yes, more demi music. Oh my god. This goes just in. Oh, okay. Oh my god, that's kind of dangerous, Ninu. You shouldn't jump.
Did you parkour yet?
Oh yeah, I'm parkouring.
Oh, okay. You found a way.
Oh gosh. Oh, that's dangerous. Very dangerous.
Well,
How
I
do
don't
get
like
back up there?
parkouring, so I'll leave that to you.
Oh, what if I broke my leg?
What if you broke your leg?
Yeah.
Well,
Well.
deal with it or something, probably.
Wow. Just deal with it. Just deal with it.
Just get better, okay?
just deal with it. Just deal with it.
That's right. You know how it is.
Okay.
I keep seeing. Oh, what's this?
Wait, is this just the same?
Wait, this is a palm tree? Bullshit.
Oh,
This looks something like a palm tree. Oh, okay. Have you gone into every single apartment?
I don't think so. I'm not sure really.
Everyone that I found had the door open, so I'm guessing those are ones you went into.
Yeah. Oh, hi. Look up. The other way. Hey.
Oh, hey! Oh, sorry about that. Emmy's scratching herself.
Emmy wants snack. Emmy, do you want a snack, Emmy?
She loves snacks.
Bungo, hi. Hey. Walk it off. Oh, you got AIDS? Walk it off.
That's right. Why don't you smile some more?
Oh, you don't. You're depressed. Oh, just be happy. Oh
That's
my god.
right. You know, just try harder.
Just get good.
Yeah, you just need more willpower. You know, if you want to change.
More willpower. Oh boy. Thanks, I'm cured. Oh, yeah, you're welcome. More tape. Perfect.
Is there no end?
I hope we can use it for something.
Yeah, I mean, we did use it for the downstairs stuff, but I don't know where else.
Nothing but memories.
Do you find any more tokens?
Found one maybe.
Okay. So I want to buy more.
Hey, Grace! Oh my god, I found more tape. Wow. Wow. Nothing but memories. Oh, Signore. Cuileto. God, it's fucking disgusting.
Disgusting. Oh shit.
Oh, okay. Get your fucking ass here. Yeah, that's what I thought.
God. Oh dear.
I got my arrow back.
Oh no, the new plants are bugged.
A bug?
They're bugged, yeah.
Then what's bugged?
I bought some plants to place. This one works.
E. Baby shark seal. Wait, where's shark seal? Open the door. Oh, present. There's present in here, guys. Present.
Open the door.
Open the door.
What is that? Chair?
Yeah.
Hmm.
Oh, Lampy. Are you still here, Lampy? Oh, have you watched Kaiju number 8? Have you finished it? I haven't, I forgot. Oh, there's an artist. My life. You did? Was it good? Oh, this. Okay, it's not even finished. What a disappointment. That's my life. More life. Wait, so how do we finish the game? How do we finish the game?
I don't know. I guess we have to find. We have to enter the main tower.
Oh.
And then there must be something.
Drop this. And drop this.
Some clue.
And my
of the
life.
next.
It's my life. Whee! Okay. Well. Okay, safely made it down, huh?
Okay, door is blocked from the other side, which means we need to parkour there.
Yeehaw. Nice potty. Nice potty. I need the next season now? Okay, so you mean I shouldn't watch it? I shouldn't watch it then. Cause I won't have no patience for it. No patience. No patience. More tape! Why? Think from yourself. Is that where it came from? Oh, lovely. I found one coin. Think from yourself. Ew! What is it? Explain. Explain yourself. AIDS is what it is. You should watch it. I should watch it so I spend the next couple of days be like, I need to see the next episode. I need to watch the next season. Have you been watching any good animes, Billy?
Oh, no.
No.
I don't think I. No. I've been continuing Gundam with Kim.
Which one?
Oh god.
Dun.
Double Zeta. And it's awful. It's just awful. So
why would you do that
trying,
to yourself?
Well, the thing is, we've been trying to watch all of them in chronological order, and this one's just the worst. Basically, it's awful.
Why you do that to yourself?
Well, we haven't finished it because it's so bad.
Daddy!
Look, Fable,
just
rated my
raising me
stream
up.
with
Maybe
20
could you
viewers.
stand to raise me up
Everyone
even a
behave.
little bit? Just even a little bit.
Okay.
You want me to raise you up?
Painful
Well,
risk.
now that you're saying it like that, I'm nervous. I gotta go over here.
Little deers here.
Hey, wait. You shouldn't walk like that. I could carry you like the princess you are.
Princess.
No, don't slap me.
Think of the raid. I mean, how was your stream?
I'm pretty sure
you
that's
are
what would
listening
happen
to
to me.
music.
Wow! I ate some pico de gallo at a Mexican restaurant when I was 15. And that
Did you
shit
get up there
made
to
me
get
cry.
up the tower?
Why the fuck would you make
Which
pico
tower?
de gallo so
Made it
fucking
tower.
spicy?
Oh
It didn't make
no.
fucking sense to me
No?
at the time.
Wait, sorry. Which
Because that
which
was
one?
one of the first times that
The
I
big
had
pillar in the
actually
middle.
Oh,
pico de
no.
gallo, and I thought it was just
Maybe.
like that. And then
Surely you
later
I fell.
went to a restaurant.
Nobody saw that.
Surely you'd notice.
Not all that spicy.
I mean, look, I can see the big ass tower.
Yeah. Yeah, we have to somehow get on
Spicy.
Okay.
Okay, well,
Bring it down for me.
Cursed my impression of that food.
I'll go from the other side. Okay. Also, Billy, I have 10, 16? 16 coins.
Nice.
Thank you for the raid, Demi. If you gotta do adult stuff, you go do that. And I will try and take care of your chat. Hi, I'm Linu. I like to play games. I'm playing with Billy at the moment. My mother, my creator. My creator. Yeah, I want to get
If
a piano.
only you did as I say.
Okay, look. Remember that one time we were doing a magical act?
Yes.
And you were going to grab the bullet with your teeth?
Yep.
And then you wanted... you told me to show the audience that it's actually a real gun. And then I shot the person.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah. I showed them it was a real gun. I just did what you said. I technically did what you said. No, Debbie. No, Debbie. No.
Totally
No.
not your fault at all.
I mean, I did as I was told.
That is correct.
Okay.
There's nothing I can say. That is, I mean...
Enough to brew, enough to brew, enough to brew.
BRL Ninu Novid BRL Ninu Novid
BRL Ninu Novid. I got a whole ass piano.
How
Wait,
do I
where's
get there?
the radio? Did I not get that? No. There we go.
Oh. Well,
Okay.
you spent like all the money.
No.
No?
Wait, is it shared?
Yes?
Oh, fuck. Oh, okay. My bad. Hey, look, I got as an achievement.
That's true. That's super valuable.
Grace, thank you for the lyric. Very much appreciated. Spudgers, how you doing? Have you been taking care of yourself? Me and Quine? Hi. Oh my god, okay, I'm just gonna take it. I can do it.
What? Oh.
Pain.
Okay, how do I get higher up? Mother...
I think parkouring, right?
Yeah, I think I'm in the building. Oh. In the building. Oh. Did I find it? I think I found it.
Yes, we are going to finish this game. By the way, after we finish this game, you wanna do some Dune these nuts?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
I am completely and utterly addicted to that game.
Yeah.
How
In
did I get
floating fashion. There's no opening the door. No opening the door. Going alright? Hell yeah. Why you? Wait, what the fuck? What? No ammo, okay. Okay. Wait, I picked it up! Why you lying? Did I? Okay.
So, what the hell? Where am I supposed to go?
Guys, Felix has such a deep voice. Felix from Stray Kids. Hey.
Okay.
Okay.
Like, I'm on the middle, no, I wonder how that gets the zip line over there, but how?
You know what?
How do I get to it? How?
How?
How do I get to the zip line?
Why can't we go in some of the doors?
Yeah, I don't know. It's really strange.
Ba ba da ba 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 ba.
Okay. That's where I came from. That's where I
Yeah,
came
I
from.
have a lot of shit, so I'm just gonna go. I didn't get to slide, but this was nice. Okay. Oh
Yeah,
my
I kind
god.
of parked in a really weird way. I'm really
It's
sorry.
okay.
Welcome to the
get over
family,
there?
Serena Katsune.
Serena Katsune! Thank you for the follow, very much appreciated.
How do we get there?
Hi, remember Silas? Beloved Silas. Oh my god. If Ty's still here. Ty can't stand my love for Silas. He doesn't understand. He doesn't understand. Snip, 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 snip. There you go.
Oh, I'm getting a headache trying to figure this out. Too tired.
You guys want to see my room? You see my room? Like Ninu and got your flower here. My bed. 94 days survived. What's in here? I have fish. I have some eggs in here. Got painting. When you're painting here. I got some books. Got chair. I got this thing. Wait, I got bathtub. Yeah, that's. And then this is Billy's room, but can't even go in it because there's
I'm sorry about that.
Yeah. Who doesn't love a bedside egg? You know what? You're right.
What do you want in
Oh, wait. Almost got enough of this, guys. Almost got enough. I saw this from Demi.
We're stuck.
We've got 4 of this now. Wait. What was it? Is it battery? You just gotta look up.
There's no way up.
You just directionally challenged.
That is true. I am.
Wait, are you?
Only in video games. It's really strange. I get lost in video games all the time. In real
Wait,
life,
does
no chance.
does Timothy get lost in real life?
Yes.
I mean, he gets lost in real life, but does he get lost in video games?
No.
Wow.
It's the reverse.
Oh,
it's
shit.
really, really funny. It's actually incredibly funny. Cause like, he's like seriously. Oh man, I don't even know how to describe it.
Okay, let's just.
Like when we go out, sometimes he doesn't know. Like when we come back, he doesn't know which way home is.
Hello, wee. Oh, that's a bit too high, I think. Okay.
Okay, I don't know how to get there. I'm kind of tired. I don't want to look at this anymore. I want to try and figure this out.
I got the battery thing.
Do this anymore.
That's okay.
I'm so tired.
Hell yeah, we got some music, guys. Oh my god. Wait. Wait, can I? What the fuck are these? Higher octave to. How do I? Okay. I'm learning, guys. I'm learning. What is it? 7? Am I even doing this right? I'm not. I don't think I'm doing this right. Is that 3? I give up. I don't want to be part of this anymore. Billy, you want to play the piano?
Oh, no.
It's in my room. There's a
Okay.
lot of text on it.
Okay.
Oh, they're finally eating! Holy shit.
Oh, thank God.
There's a lot of eggs. I'm gonna leave it just there. Hey, multiverse pool. Let's get this oil.
So, plantation.
Wait.
This is bullshit.
This is what she said.
Yep, that's what I said. Sucks.
These nuts.
If only that'd be more fun than this.
Wait a minute, my nuts. My nuts. You talking about
Your
the same
nuts?
nuts? Oh, is a new one?
Where's the fucking goddamn fucking lift?
Chicken pot barbecue. Do you have
Goddamn
that?
motherfucking
Chicken. Oh, we do. Alright, I guess I'm just gonna bin it then. Alright, here we go. Lob it in here. Get down, da 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 da. And then I think drop this in here. Yeesh. Alright. What else do I need to do? Okay. Alright.
Wasn't I here already? What the hell? Oh,
You getting you stuck?
ugh. I'm just so irritated. Ugh.
Okay, I'm gonna come there now. I will go and find it.
Ugh.
I will do it.
I just feel like murdering someone right now.
Hey, I like doing that.
Okay. So now, where am I? Here. Up this bit. Up this bit. Up this bit. Up here.
Wait, are you parkouring?
Yeah.
Oh shit,
found
she's
it.
doing it, guys.
Okay.
Ow.
Okay.
Pinky poop. Alright, which? God fucking damn it. Can I just throw them overboard? Alright, okay, so I need to go to this building, huh?
Okay, I found it. No, you have to go to the plantation lift.
Plantation
And then-
lift?
Yes, and then go all the way up to 8.
Oh,
I know.
that's...
Fucking pissed me off. Fuck. Motherfucking. Oh, coin.
Found the coin? Coin the nuts?
That's right.
Uh,
Coinage. Oh. Okay.
right.
Did you go to the...
No.
Okay. Well, you can't get there. without
I
it.
know. I wish I could fly.
Yeah, me too. I wish I were in June because then I could use my grappling hook. Just fucking grapple all the way up.
Oh,
Whee!
crikey. Oh, okay. Okay. Safe falling. Alright, let me find no, get your ass out of my face. Parkour! Okay. Where was it? Down here. Oh,
I did it!
you did it? You made it?
I made it!
You. Oh my god! I'm making my way there.
Oh,
I'm going to plantation right now. It's
okay.
just so slow.
It's
Wait,
fucking slow.
any of these things growing again? No. Alright,
No,
so
I don't
you
think
said
so.
I need to go to surf.
Yeah, you go to plantation elevator lift elevator. Then you go
Elevator,
up
elevator,
to level I think 8 or something.
elevator, elevator,
Alright.
elevator. This way. Elevator,
That's right.
elevator, elevator. Parkour, parkour. Ah, here we go. Oh, you're already there.
What? Why can I walk?
Elevator. So, plantation is vanilla. Alright, number 8, right?
Why can't I go further? Oh.
Guys, it's another demi song. I can't see my feet. Alright. Oh yeah, this area. Oh, I didn't explore this area. Is it outside?
Yeah, you go like through
There's
the
a
building
bar.
and up through the staircase.
Oh, I see it. Did I go through another building?
Yes. No, just wait, where are you? You just find a stairwell and then go up the stairs, basically. Well, yeah. You just go as high as you can.
And then do I go through this house?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Go into the piano room.
Yeah. Oh, coin. Can I not play it?
I don't know. I didn't try.
I tried, but it didn't work. Alright, so
now you have to go find a stairwell and just go all the way up.
yeah. Yeah, I'm making it. I'm making my way downtown. Hey, Dornheim. Okay, all the way to the top.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go.
And then at the top, there should be somewhere there's a window broken.
Whee! Do I jump off now?
Use the zip line.
That's because you're a VTuber, babe. You can't look down. Really? Oh, fuck, no. Wait, are you up? Oh,
Yeah, I'm up
hi.
here.
Hello. Hey, fancy seeing you here.
Hey. So here we are.
Oh, man. Oh,
Click.
milk.
Oh, here we go.
Is this it?
2-0. Let's open the door first, right?
Oh, yeah. Let's go 0 and then open your door.
Yeah, because if we went to 2 and then fell down, I would be.
They haven't done anything hostile. Yes.
Oh, yeah. It's this door,
They're
right?
still just
There you go.
chanting.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. I am armed.
I wasn't gonna jump off, by the way. Were you going to jump off?
Able to use the water cannon
No.
if
Are you sure about that?
Yes, sir.
Emergency bridge launch.
No, sir.
Wait, was that a rifle? Did I just see a rifle?
Oh! I want a rifle.
There's a... Are there numbers?
Huh? Huh? Oh god. Oh god. Oh my god. Oh fucking god.
There's so much text here.
Oh my god.
What is this?
I won't say it on your
Okay.
stream, but I'm so fucking tired of this shit.
Oh wait, this tells us the numbers. Okay.
Does it?
Tranquil Street. The door numbers. Hey, Latin Striker. Makes sense. Okay. Do you want to do that? Do you want to check out the
Okay.
numbers? Or should I check out the numbers? Oh.
Oh. What? I didn't press anything.
Wait, maybe that goes up? Wait. The door was just open? Did you just guess the numbers?
I didn't press anything.
Oh, I see. Maybe it lets down these the ladder. Okay.
That does it?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh.
When we press down these emergency bridge launcher. Yeah. Okay. We need to go outside and figure out the things. The numbers. It's okay. We can do it. We just gotta look for Tranquil Street, Exterior Lane, Bazaar Street, and then Partisans Road. Easy,
Oh, right, because the apartments are numbered. Yeah.
Yeah. Alright, you wanna go left and I'll go right?
Let's stay together. I'm like,
oh
God, I want autopilot right now.
Oh, okay, that's fair. That's fair. That's fair.
My head hurts.
How do I read the? Oh, hey, exterior lane. Okay.
This is like the first time I'm like, Nunu, please help me.
Wait,
Please.
which one is 2? Okay, we'll say 2. Chat, remember. Wait, why is this 4? What? Okay.
Building 2.
Exterior. Oh wait, hold up. Is that a different? Does this have a different? No. How? Oh wait, sleeping thing. Sleeping mask. Something with sleeping mask. This has no sleeping mask.
There's an ad with sleeping masks.
Oh, you see it?
I think I've seen it somewhere. I don't know.
Oh, this?
There it is. Wait, is it? No, that's a barber.
There was one for barber. Seaside barber. Partisan Road. Okay, well, I mean, the numbers Mason. What do they mean? I don't know, buddy. Exterior Lane. Okay, is that Boyga? Bazaar Street.
No, VR. Okay.
Partisan Road. Okay.
This is Partisan Road.
This is Partisan Road. Wow. I feel like we are in a Men in Black movie.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, is this? The boy got 8. Cheese boy got 8. The boy got 8.
Yeah. Cheese boyga.
Boy got 8.
Ah, so sad.
Yeah. Got far too many cards now. I don't even need.
Yeah.
Bazaar. Bazaar. Real bazaar. Oh, cosmetic. Oh, wait. This. 1. Right?
Yeah.
Those scissors. So we got 8. 1. Alright. Okay. Chat, remember those numbers. 81. Hey, Perthus, how you doing? It's been a while. Oh, here. Floating fashion 3. Something. 813. Oh, one. No, 1 is last. And then the last one is like the eye mask thingy.
Yeah, I haven't seen that yet.
Nice. Hamburger place, right?
Cosmetics. Society. Maybe if we just go really high up.
Dun, dun, dun. Yeah, thank you.
Cosmetics.
Out there.
Tom's tuxedos.
Wait, have you found it?
No, I'm just reading out
the
stuff.
Oh, this must be it. This is wait. Yeah, it's this. 4. 4813.
Didn't you say that 1 was last?
I think so. I don't know. Hey, it's one of those. It's one of those numbers.
Oh, one of them.
Hey, we're not gonna get like. It's gonna be okay. We'll figure it out. There's not gonna be like many combinations, right?
No, these won't be that many, right? So what did you say? Was it 4, 8, 3, 1?
4,
Error.
8, 1, 3.
4, 8, 1, 3.
Oh! Wow! Explosion! Wait,
What was
wait,
that?
what? Oh. Are we supposed to do? Oh.
Huh?
Huh, okay. Well, I didn't know we was...
Where'd you go? Are you just going in circles?
No. I'm on here. I'm on the grass. Nothing happened.
Yeah, I don't know what that was. What was the explosion?
I don't know. Did we send out a message?
No. Project Hanger Grower. Shit, I'm out of food.
You're out of food? Wait, are you still up here?
Yeah, I'm on the glass.
Okay, wait, let me find you. Wait.
Oh,
are you behind me?
No.
Are we just running? Oh, I see.
Help!
Here. There you go. Eat it. Eat it!
Thank you! Oh, you saved me. Should we go to the boat? Should we use the code of the launch codes as...
Well, something's supposed to happen.
Yeah,
wait, maybe...
Do we go back down?
Oh, we can't come back up there. Yeah, let's just... where's our ship area?
Yeah, I don't know. Can't see the ship. Well, if you can see an exit though, if you look down through the glass, you can see these little exit ramps. I opened
this is
each
our
one
ship.
of them.
Our ship is here. Okay.
It's okay. I'm gonna jump on the ramp and then go around down the back.
Whee!
Whee!
I jumped into the water.
Which way is the ship?
Yeah. I mean. Okay, so
Found
we
it.
did that.
Okay, I'm just coming.
So
what now? Like, just gotta get more food. Yeah, what do we do? What do we do? Oh. Huh?
Did we go back to that secret room, Pamps?
What secret room?
The one with the secret number thingy? The secret button thingy that you had to press? Wasn't there like computer things there?
Yeah. I don't know. If that's a thing we have to do, it seems awfully obscure.
Yeah. Did something like maybe fall into the oiter?
Oh yeah, maybe. Maybe we have to like sail around. Just organize these real quick.
I'm not causing chaos. Just your classic Nino explosion. What can I say, sir? What can I say?
Oh, more hinges.
There's nothing here, is there? Oh shit! Wait, I see something! I see something!
Yeah?
Yeah. Alright, go around the, around with the ship.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll just lay the anchor. Okay, which way are we going?
Just go anyway. Just go, keep going around and then you'll see some floating thingy. I'm gonna swim to it.
What?
Let me see. Yeah, I think
anything.
you're like on the opposite side.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'm supposed to sail around.
Yeah, just sail around. Meow 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 meow. Meow 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 meow. Wee 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 wee. Wee 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 wee. Okay. I'll just wait here.
God, there's no wind.
Oh.
Alright, I've gotta run downstairs. Turn on the engine. Oh, I don't know which one's which.
Large storage. So we didn't find our gun. We thought we had found a gun. I just got so excited. I thought we were getting a gun, but no. No gun. Rah, 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 rah. Have more paintings? Let's see. Where's the paintings at? No, still same ones. Where are thou?
Yeah, it's weird. Okay, I'm slowly coming your way.
Well. You know nerds?
Yeah.
The sweets. Don't you think that they are a safety hazard?
Nerds.
Yeah.
Why?
Because they're small. It's a choking hazard. You know Ninu? Yeah, the sweets, you silly dingus. Yeah, the sweets. The little... they're supposed to be... Does it even have a choking hazard on it? Wait.
I don't know what they are.
Oh.
I've never had them.
Maybe it's American.
Is it?
Maybe. But I have some.
I want some.
Yeah, they're very like soury, small.
Oh, sour? I love sour.
You like? Me too.
Sour is wonderful.
People always like make funny faces with like the sour. Hey, Triad, hi. If you are 4 inches tall, oh, I see you. You're getting close. You're going the right way.
Yeah, it's so slow. Are you on the thing?
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
You
Do you see
swam
it?
so fast. You beat the stupid ass shark. The ass shark.
Ass shark. Ass.
That's right. Stupid ass shark.
Stupid ass. Oh, let's take this one out.
Okay, I'm gonna have to
park it.
Yeah, just let me know when I'm really close so I can weigh the anchor and turn off the engines.
Okay. Keep going.
Okay.
Okay, now.
Okay, engines are off.
Hell yeah!
Okay.
Yeah.
I can come.
Hey, you see me?
I just gotta refill my water.
Oh, can you bring some food?
Okay. Just gotta wait. Food.
Another Demi song, guys.
Just oops. Gonna put on a bit more water so that we have enough water.
Gluck, gluck, gluck.
That's right. Gluck, gluck. Gluck, gluck, gluck.
Gluck, 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 gluck.
Alright, how long does it take to process? Alright, which way are you? There. Oh wow, I gotta no wait, that's the wrong way. Oh, I see, okay, I can go above deck. Above deck.
Yeah.
The hell is this?
Me. Oh, ha!
Wow.
Hey,
Rude.
you got num num for me?
Yes, I do. Do you have a... Wait, where'd you go?
Oh, let's go in here, and then you can drop it from here. Oh, this is... I remember this place.
Oh.
Yeah.
Alright, let me just drop some deliciousness for you.
Oh my goodness gracious. Oh, this thank you. It's delicious.
You're welcome.
Oh, new note. Oh, look, it's a woman.
You there! Get me out of this thing!
Should we get her out? Oh, Come on.
Next time, I would appreciate a heads up before launching. I tried to leave when the first shots were fired. Tangaroa was doomed from the start.
Okay, yeah, I don't care. You still yapping?
Yeah. Can I
Okay.
kill her?
I can't kill her, I've tried.
Alright, I'll walk away. Wow. She's like comically stupid. I find
She's
like
a playable character.
Oh god. Like I just find that them adding voices is like the worst thing.
Well, we can leave this place now. Oh, that's just
this?
talking to that woman again.
Oh, nothing.
There's
Is
nothing
that
else.
it?
Yeah.
What? Do we not have any notes about where to go?
Oh, we do. They give us a number. Yeah, I picked it up.
Okay. Alright, let's leave then. Oh my god, this fucking stupid. Stupid bitch. Why do people make unlikable characters like that? I think it's quirky.
It's not quirky.
Yeah, they think it is though. Otherwise they would make them.
It's a disappointment. Oh! Oh my god.
Huh?
That sound.
Oh.
There's a shark and then there's somebody played some alert. Nice. Oh.
Alright, we input the thing?
Yes, yes. You want me to give you the numbers?
Yes, please.
Okay. The numbers is 1.
How do I do this again? Oh no. What was? You have to start with the
775.
1
7
7
7 5.
Okay, where are we going?
Not that bad, huh?
Southwest. Can you turn? Can you lift away the anchor and turn on the engines?
Okay. Anchor being weighed. Engine turned on.
Excellent.
Okay, and then. Look.
Gotta sail past this thing.
Space. More battery. And then we can charge up the rest if we find any.
Okay.
Let's do. Oh, so what exactly am I putting in here?
We don't have biofuel yet, do we?
We do have biofuel. We have a shitload of biofuel. You need biofuel?
No, I was wondering because I kind of lost track of how our progress.
Guys, why are you guys doing this? Do you want to die? 나닌다요? What is 나닌다요? Oh my god. What does that even mean? Oh, I can put battery in here.
Have I just sailed all around it? Okay, maybe. I think I might have. Okay.
나닌다요. snip. Shorty's been snipped. Tai's been snipped.
What?
I snipped that fur.
Oh, okay.
What do you mean? What was that?
Nothing.
You sure about it?
Thought of something else, that's all.
Something else, huh?
Yep.
Okay. Snip, snip. Snip, snip.
Alright, we are on our way.
Awimbawe.
That's right. Wonder if I... Oh, we're sailing against the wind, so it might take a while.
Ah.
Shall I catch more fish or something?
Go for it if you want. Go for fishies.
Okay.
You want to get more fishies?
I just have a lot of stuff to sort first.
Oh, you've learned electric furnace? Wait, what?
Sure.
What, is that what I'm... Purifier can be connected with water pipes. Ooh, we need more ingots. Water tank can be connected with... Isn't this... Oh, water tank is completely different. Oh my god, we need more titanium ingots.
Also, we can like collect water from...
Yeah. Oh, and this is water pipe. I see. I see. She snipped Mickey's balls. Don't tell her that. Nothing.
Excuse me?
Nothing? Nothing. Don't you worry your little head.
Right.
Let's just strawberries.
Oh, look at all these strawberries.
Oh my god, that's so pretty. You made your place so pretty.
I also made
Isn't this
banana.
like a safety hazard as well?
What?
Could fall off
What
from
is?
it. From this area.
Oh, don't mind that. Just don't step outside and we're all good.
I did it for you.
That's crazy. Ninu's actually worried about my well-being. I would have expected you to push
okay,
me
don't
out
make
of there.
don't make me do it. Don't make me do it.
No, I appreciate it. I do. Okay, let's see how
Rah. Okay.
far.
There you go. And then honey. Okay, so
So these guys are hungry. Why are they hungry?
they shouldn't
Maybe
be.
we need more crops. Maybe we need more grass.
They are grass.
They are grass.
Yeah.
Realize that mountains are grass.
Raw honey. Raw. Can I
Rah.
put- Okay, this is crap. Hell yeah. Meh.
We have a nice ship, don't we?
We do. Spend that one day working on it.
That was really nice. I think we should paint the rest, but I'm too lazy today, so...
There's a lot of paint. There's actually a lot of paint in the paint box.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so if you want to paint it, you can paint it. You can change the colors of everything if you want to.
Aww. I think I'll do it next time, though. I think I'm probably not going to be able to stay that long.
Yeah, that's
Getting a bit of a headache.
It's understandable. It's understandable.
Yeah, it's just not feeling my best today.
It's okay.
Yeah, I had a cold. I don't know if I mentioned it. I had a cold the last week. And,
Yeah.
do you know how it feels when you're like, oh, I'm fine, but then 5 minutes
got
later you're
AIDS.
like, oh, really? I'm like really tired. Oh, I think I can't do anything. I can't lift a hand or anything. That's what I feel like right now.
Yeah.
It sucks.
It's
But
sucky
next
wacky.
time, we can paint everything.
I love this in there.
Oh, whoops. Wrong chest.
Oh, we got another one.
Haku Bunny.
Haku Bunny Plum, hi. Hello. 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 We got another one of these.
800 meters.
Oh. Hello. Oh shit. Oh shit. Do that. What do you do with banamba?
Huh?
What do you do with banamba?
Banamba?
Yeah.
You can eat it. I wonder if there's a recipe. There must be a recipe with like a smoothie or something.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, I'd be disappointed if there weren't.
Why not? Is this my shit? Surely not.
700 meters.
700.
What?
Sorry?
You're singing George Michael.
I didn't know what I was singing.
Nino, did you pee again?
No, I didn't.
Battery's empty.
I'm being accused of peeing myself, and I didn't.
What?
Peeing myself, and I didn't pee myself.
Sounds like somebody who peed themselves would say.
No. No. Why would you say such a thing? Why would? No, I didn't. No.
No.
I didn't do that.
That's what you sound like.
No.
No.
No, I didn't do that.
Do you have a new battery for me?
There's a battery charger.
Oh, where? Like
down
the
here.
screen died. When you say down here,
Down where I am, next to all these pipey things, you can charge it in here.
oh, excellent.
Billy
Is there
knows
anything-
the truth. No, no, what are you lying for? Why you playing, guys?
How long does it
Charging?
take to
I don't know how
charge?
long it'll take.
Oh, okay.
I don't know.
We might just arrive before it finishes charging.
I hope it's working though.
Well, we should be on course, but I'm not entirely sure because we don't have a battery.
Hey, Psycho. Vash. I'm Vash. Oh. Vash.
Oh, I can't stop. There it is!
You see it?
There it is. 12 o'clock.
Oh. Up our butthole?
What?
12
It's a crane! It's a crane!
Oh. Okay, well, I thought you meant 12 o'clock as in behind you.
What? No, that's 6 o'clock.
Oh, in front of us. Oh, my bad. I guess I am directionally challenged.
That's okay. Oh man, what is it? It's like a crane. It's an oil rig?
You easy? All I've done is just run in circles.
Why are you running in circles?
I don't know. I'm just putting things away.
Oh, I see. I do that a lot too. I find it extremely irritating. In June, you just hit F, and if there's the same item in the box, it just automatically sorts it.
You can do it on here as well.
Yeah?
Yeah.
F?
Not F. There's a little next to the storage symbol. There's like a symbol thingy that you can press.
Oh, do you have to click it? Oh, still.
Yeah, but I mean, it's same to clicking. Right.
That's true.
Sides.
Here we are.
Oh shit!
Where do we go first? Left or right?
Do any mini money mo. Thanks.
Alright, I'm gonna put us between these two, so hopefully we can just jump between them. If we like.
Jump?
Yeah.
A
A little raft is big enough, right? It's probably gonna fit.
Oh, I see it. Oh shit. Yeah, let me move it a little. Is it working? Yeah, maybe I need to do this other side.
Oh, okay, nice.
Hold up. I'm gonna move it a little. Oh, we're going in. We in?
Yeah,
are we in?
Stop. Yeah.
Oh,
Wait,
okay.
the anchor. Is it
done.
weighing?
Yeah, it's weighing down now. You gotta turn these off.
Perfect.
Oh, the switch is
Couldn't
on
have
this
been
other
any
side.
more perfect. Questions?
Oh, by the way, I think it's charged.
Oh.
The battery is charged.
Okay. I'll remember that when we put it back. Is there even an entrance here? There's jellyfish!
Oh, I see them! Oh, what is that thing? What is that thing?
These guys look different,
like a
though.
bump? There's a lot of fishes!
Yeah.
A lot of jellyfish.
Wow.
I wanna lick them.
I feel like those are probably not nice.
What do you mean?
What's that canister?
Yeah, I saw that. I'll pick this up. Was that a shark? Was that Sharknado?
How do we get up there? We might have to like go around after all.
Maybe there's a jumpy thingy. Wait, is this your?
Maybe we have to kill the shark and then and then in peace try to figure out how to go.
What are these? Oh, I haven't seen that. I'm just gonna drop this in here because I don't really need it. I haven't seen this. There's a bow in here. And paddle. How many paddles, bruh? How many paddles, bruh?
Wonder if I can shoot one of those jellyfish.
Why do you want to shoot them?
Because they look like they're aggressive.
They look edible.
Yeah, that's what I thought too.
The food. Bright Prince, hi. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Alright. Should I kill the shark?
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay. What's up? What's up? Oh, I got hit. There's colors! Oh my god!
Whoa.
Oh, okay, I'm getting it. Oh! There's a whole ass. Okay, we gotta kill this.
What was the rumbling?
Rumbling. It's my tummy. Joking.
Where's this asshole?
Oh my god. There's so much color. Oh, there's a hole. There's a hole.
Oh,
Okay.
wow.
Come here, shark. Oh, it's going for you.
Yeah. Oh, look, there's bubbles for you to like.
Oh, you can breathe in it?
Yeah, I think so. I think those tanks are
Where's
also
shark?
for breathing.
Where's shark gone? Oh, right there. I missed it. Oh, I hit it.
I hit it too.
But there's a lot of fish that I can't discern which one he is. Oh, right here. Wait, it's going for you.
What is that? I bet it's like a massive kraken or something stupid.
Oh my god. Is it Cthulhu?
Cthulhu.
Oh, hail Cthulhu. I remember that one. It was like one of our first streams.
Ow!
Are you inside the belly of the beast?
No, not yet.
Oh, it's dead.
Yes! Alright.
Cthulhu. Cthulhu. Yes.
These guys are also...
We go in here. Oh my god, can we touch it?
I don't know.
Ah! Okay, don't touch it. They hurt.
What are these things? Requires
Oh my god, this is
spotlight
not
parts.
good. There's no... Okay, wait, hold up. I'm going for the bubbles.
Yeah, it says that you need spotlight parts. I'm not sure what it means. I think we might have to get...
The bubbles are okay.
Oh, they're lights.
Why can't I eat the fish? Oh, pretty colors.
Wait, which way did you go, though?
Down.
Okay.
I found a hard hat. Oh no, oh no, I'm stuck. Oh no. Oh no, I'm stuck, Billy. I'm stuck.
Where? What?
Oh god, are you kidding right now? I'm actually drown here. I'm gonna die here.
Where are you?
All the way down here. Further down, further down. There's another hole where the pink thing is. Oh my god. I'm actually gonna die here. Oh yeah, you're almost there. Hi. I'm gonna die here. Can you hit me?
Oh no.
You're not hitting me. Don't get yourself stuck. You might have to carry me. I'm about to die.
Okay.
You get oxygen? Okay. Oh, okay. I'm being carried.
Okay. I got the air back.
Yay.
Gotta hope that asshole doesn't respawn.
Maybe it can't fit in.
Okay. Put you to bed.
Oh.
There you go. How nice to sleep.
Oh my god, wait a minute. Oh, hi. How did I get up here? Oh my god. Billy, look at this.
Where are you? I just put you in bed and you teleported away. Nice hat.
You want it?
No thanks. It's fine. I think we should get like, it said you need spotlight parts, but I think we have to find them.
Do we have to study them?
I don't know. I think we have to just swim around
and find it.
Okay.
Yeah. You want to drown again?
Yeah, let's make like these flippers.
Oh, smarty pants. Oh,
because if we make flippers, then we can swim faster.
Smarty pants.
And we can outswim the shark as well.
What the fuck is touching me?
Is he back?
No. just some of the plants are maybe dangerous.
Really? Huh.
Ow! The shark is back now, though.
Yeah, we'll have to kill him again.
Oh, the jet. Ow! How many are there? Are there 2 sharks?
Really? Oh my god. We definitely need flippers then.
Yeah.
Let me check.
Oh, giving me timbers. I might actually die here.
Again?
Well, I'm trying to see where the shark is.
Oh,
But there's a lot of. Oh, I hit it. I'm almost there. Where's the top? Oh, I can make it. I can make it.
Ah, shit,
There you go, I
we
made
need
it.
seaweed.
Well, there's a lot of seaweed.
Yeah, is there? Okay.
A lot of seaweed. Hi, back with pizza. You got pizza? What sort of pizza do you have, sir?
Oh man, I want pizza.
Oh, Lampy also has pizza. Oh my god.
Everyone's got pizza.
Everybody
except
has
for
pizza.
us.
Why does everybody have pizza today? What's going on, guys? What's with the pizza deal?
Meal deal.
Is it a meal deal? Are you guys sharing a meal deal?
Can we get seaweed? I really need seaweed.
What, like actual seaweed, not the goop?
No. Actual seaweed.
Actual seaweed. That might be a little difficult to acquire.
Why is it always rumbling? Really annoying me. But we need it!
Rumbling. Have you watched Attack on Titan? You haven't watched Attack on Titan, have you?
Me?
Yeah.
I've watched the first series.
Oh.
And
It
then
gets
I
better.
stopped. Yeah?
Yeah.
Does it?
Yeah.
Does it though?
Yeah.
Does it though?
Yeah. Yeah. It's sad ending. I know you like sad endings.
I do. I like despair.
Despair. Me too.
That's nice.
I mean, that's why I liked Tokyo Ghoul, and then the ending, they just messed it up.
Oh, I think I watched Tokyo Ghoul as well, but I forgot everything about it.
The intro is the best.
This doesn't say a lot. I mean, it feels like it's not the best thing to remember of an anime. It's just the intro.
I mean, it's like if you ask people what's the top 3 anime openings, it's probably there. But like, it was good. It was like, I like that it was tragedy after tragedy, and there's like no happiness.
Mm-hmm.
And then, I don't know, it's just, ending was just rushed.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah.
Well, if you like despair and
Berserk. Guts
awful
and
stuff,
blood and blood.
you should watch 7.
7? Oh, wait.
It's not an anime, it's a movie.
Oh, yeah, I've seen 7. Okay, yeah. I've seen the movie. Yes.
Yeah, it's good. It's good.
It's a good
Kim saw it first time last night.
He watched it first time?
Yeah.
Oh, he's a baby.
Yes. It's cute, isn't it? You liked it though?
Yeah. Good shit.
It is good. It's really good.
Yeah.
Can't say more because it's like one of those films that
7, 8, 9? Yeah, it's
one of those films that if you say anything about it is kind of bad because it'll spoil things. So
yeah, you guys should just watch it. I
That's
feel like
right.
everyone has seen it though. It's like one of those movies that if you haven't watched it, then
yeah, a bit
you
late to
live
the
under
game.
a rock. If
It's quite
I
old now,
watched
isn't it?
it,
It's 90 something. I mean,
97 maybe?
97 sounds about right.
But if I've watched it, guys, and I live under a rock, then yeah, what's wrong with you? Nino review. Good shit. Oh, yeah.
Good shit.
Yeah, good
shit.
Lumpy, I'm sure I watched it before as well. Helldivers, right? Helldivers, yeah. Watch Helldivers again. Helldivers.
Oh, I think I'm probably gonna head off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is fair.
It isn't
That is fair.
very good today. But it
Guys,
was
did you
very
have fun?
I hope you
I
guys
bet
had
next
fun.
week we're gonna finish it. And
Yeah,
then
I hope so. Is
then
this the
we do-
final bit? Like,
It must be, right?
I mean, what if it's not and we have to keep going?
Oh, well then we'll keep going until it's
Yeah.
done, huh?
I guess we have no choice. But yeah. Sorry guys. I'm recovering from a cold and like I've been taking care of a baby, so it's like really tiring and I'm very tired and I'm like
well, as a punishment, you should reward chat with cat pics in my Discord.
Okay, I'll do that. There's many cat pics.
Yes, we want cats. Please send cat pictures.
Shall I post in general chat? Or is
there's
there
pets. There's pets.
Pets. Okay, I'll post it in pets.
Yeah, there's pets.
Okie dokie. Alright then, thanks everybody.
Thank you, Billy.
See you soon. Bye bye.
We're gonna miss her, guys. We're gonna bye, Billy. Take care of yourself. She didn't even say Amazon Prime, guys. Guys, do you think her model is gonna be here? Last time it was here. Last time I ended this stream and I was just watching her model for like, oh, okay, never mind. She's gone. She's gone. He's gone. Oh, bye-bye, Mickey. Thank you. Thank you for playing with me. I had fun. Guys, if you didn't know, Billy made Ninu. She made... No! I missed Billy! She was just here moments ago. But I can show you this, though. Here, cat. This is cat. What do I do now? Oh. Oh, she likes blasphemous.
I wonder if they still look as grumpy
It's not
as
mine,
ever.
it's Billy's cat.
So funny.
Can we go there?
They're so sweet, but they kind of have a bit of a grumpy face.
I should probably
It's
get
just
my
their
meds
cheeks, I
from
think.
downstairs.
They have like this cute
What do
little
I do?
puffy cheek thing going on.
What do I do? I don't know. Probably get my meds first, right? And then I can decide. Should I end? Should I send you guys away? Nova's not streaming today, is she? Should I play games? What? Okay, I'm gonna go get my meds, guys, and then you guys can help me decide. You know. Yes. There you go. All right. I'll see you guys in a minute. There you go. Mods, you guys want to do a poll? Oh wow! Thank you for making me bold. Poll. All right, BRB. I'm innocent. Innocent. Why is that on my face? Why is it on my mouth? Bruh. What do you mean by that? What do you mean? By the way, was there a poll? Oh, nothing? Oh, nothing. Stop it! What? Why you guys? Wait. Why? So this is how Fable feels, huh? We need to calibrate. There was a poll. You won it. What did I win? Okay, calibrated. Wait, what? Wait, what? Wait, what? Wait a minute, what? Rebecca, hi! Nina's having a moment. Very much.
Your road
Laughs.
high-end dining. Laughs.
I got my meds, guys.
Wafts.
Wait, what is this? Can I look at this on stream? Wafts. Okay, I got my meds. And then I saw a stranger outside. They were on a bicycle. But it's okay, I hid. Maybe they thought, what a weirdo. What is this weirdo hiding? If you have to ask if it's TOS, then it's most likely not good for TOS. They said yes. It's just a cute cat meme. Alright, hold up. I don't trust Ravi. Ravi is the one that sent me this, guys. Alright, it's muted. Let me see. I will let you guys know if it's okay. Hold! You might be right. Hold on, let me see. Ah! Oh, wait! What does it... Okay. Well, okay, let me show you guys then. Now I'm gonna show you guys. It's cute. Okay. Hold up. Alright, let me move a little. Let me move. Alright. Okay, you ready to see it, guys? Ready to see it? I bet we can see behind you with Blender. You can. You can see behind me. Kill me. Oh god, it's so loud. Ah! Monday! Isn't it cute? Din 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 din. Da 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 da. See, I didn't do it. You didn't do it. For the first time, you didn't do it. For your first time. First time. First time. First time you behave. 3, 2, 1. Let's jam. Hell yeah. I mean, dang. Oh my god. Thank god I closed my... Thank god I'm not showing you guys this. I just saw something. Not for your tiny eyes. Gosh, what do I do? Guys, I'm not sure. I don't know what to do. Should I stop streaming? Should I play some game? Was that cat boy Bebop? Wait, did you see the comment section of that? Twitter is well a cesspit of danger. Oh, yes. It's just... Since I've been, like, following a lot of VTubers these days, there are a lot... Oh, wait a minute. What was this?
The aroma of high-end dining. Lefts?
Why? What is this?
Lefts.
What? Oh god. Like, I gotta store this image for myself. Anywho, let me just close this. It was only Silas, guys. Wait, do you guys want to see Silas? Wait, no, do you guys want to see, the new Zane memory? Only the first episode, though, because otherwise it's too long. Do you guys wanna, I don't know, wanna cry? Yeah? You want to cry? Hot guy time. Okay. Hello. Alright, hold up. Wait, here we go. Okay. Did I pick somebody? Oh, is this when I sacrifice Ty? Wait, is this... Oh, God! Like a phoenix. Was that Ty? Who was that? Who did I sacrifice? Neno? Was that Ty? Okay, so how did I... Hi, Vicky! Who did I sacrifice? Was that Ty? Oh. How did I show this last time? Oh, wait. Was it... Oh, wait! It showed up for a second, and then it went. Let me try it again. Wait. Bada, bada. Wait, what? How did I? Let me get this.
Free from the rule of death, now cease.
So how did I? Oh, it's working now. Alright, let me just move it here. Are you guys all ready to cry? Here's my Silas, guys, my Silas. Do you see my Silas? Oh my god. You guys see my Silas? You guys see my Silas? Let me make this a little bigger for myself. Oh my god. Nah? What do you mean, nah?
Don't forget, we keep
Oh my
an eye
god.
on you, kitten.
Oh my god. Oh my god. My Silas! My Silas! Oh man. My Silas. My beloved Silas. Alright, let me show you guys. I want to show you guys. I want to show you guys. I want to show you guys the memory. By the way, is audio okay? Hi, Silas. Hi. I wonder how he's dressed. What is he wearing? What is he wearing? What is he wearing? Oh my god, guys.
Drinking coffee by the beach isn't any different from drinking coffee at another place.
Okay, Silas, why are you dressed like this?
You can't hear my heartbeat from over there.
What do you mean, Silas? Wait, somebody wants to be my friend. Wants to be my friend. There you go. What is that outfit? Bro, I don't know. I can change it, don't worry. He... Is there a button to just... complete... I got this outfit, guys. But, this... Where... No, wait. Listen, I got this one too. Wait, did you guys... Fun! Hey! It's fun! It's cool too. No! Let's go with this one. Fuck! Naked! Ah! No! Sometimes he wears earrings. I don't know why. I don't tell him to wear earrings, but he just does. There you go. Nipples? Oh gosh, I'm sorry. Wait, you guys want to hear it? Wait, how do I zoom in?
Taking a step back while locking eyes with someone either means you're conceding or preparing for another attack.
90s?
Do you want someone to say what you want to hear? Well, you can always press a weapon against his chest. Like this.
Wait, like how? Like how?
It's actually more prominent when there aren't any clothes. I can show you.
What? What the hell?
It's pointless to carry around a handkerchief. That's something for people who get their hands dirty.
Oh, okay. Disintegrate you what? Look, guys. Give me your hand.
What happened?
Ah!
Here's one more person who won't let go.
What do you mean? What does that mean? What does it mean? Jason? Jason?
You already have Luke and Kieran acting like they're your henchmen.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyways, let me... Oh, wait. Is there a message? Oh, okay. Let me reply to this. Oh my god, stop it. Stop it. Ew. Why are you pinching my cheeks like that? Why are you pinching my cheeks like that? It's so sad, guys. It's so sad. Wait, can I... How do I show you guys the first video? Wait. Oh, let me get this. Why you... No pinch, why you bully? Don't bully me. Don't bully me. You know, nice. Not battle. Date. Not date. Is it memory? This one. Is this one? Date. I hope you guys are ready to cry. It was sad. I think I finished it. Herpes? No herpes. There's no herpes. Cry at the loading spinner? No. No, I don't want to read this for you. I cry every time. No crying. Yes, crying. Oh, I mean... Wait, do I... Is this the part?
You are a supreme deity.
Guys, look at his boobs.
The embodiment of annihilation and divine punishment. You possess unparalleled wisdom. Turn back. Do not set foot in Everlost where returning is impossible. You must become one of those lamentations who are restless for all eternity.
The Creatio stone from the primordial age. It lies in the netherworld, beyond the seven gates, yes.
You already possess supreme
Crap
power.
at how ridiculous he looks.
You still seek the authority of
There's a reason why he has to cover his eyes.
Beyond the seven gates is a land where neither the
He sees
sun
destiny.
nor the moon shine. Not even life and death can reach it. Your hands may be capable of bringing about the destruction of countless eons.
Hey, that's
and
me.
your divine gaze
I like
may
doing
see
that.
the end of time. Yet once you set foot in this realm, your divine authority and radiant glory will turn into flowing sand.
That
Wait.
price is insignificant.
Hold up. Hold up a minute. Holly covers his eyes with the transparent cloth. Yes, I did laugh at that. He looks like Lydon from WoW. Wow, wow, wow. Wait. If I go to, there's a. Is it events?
Don't leave me.
Don't say it like that. Don't leave me. Wait, how do I turn it sideways?
Your injuries.
Oh my god.
This is your resistance against me.
Wait a minute. Wait. I have to turn. Wait. Wait, what? I covered it. I want to turn it sideways for you guys. Okay. Alright. I don't know if you guys are ready for this. Is it maybe it's a little bit too much for you guys? Maybe it's a little bit too much for you guys. Shit, you guys can't even see anymore.
Your injuries. This is your resistance.
Oh my
against
god.
me.
Let's not see it. Let's not see it. Look what he's doing, guys. Look what he's doing.
From the gods. You should let the gods hear your supplications.
Let the gods hear your supplications.
Your ritual.
Whoa!
Won't end because you want it. Between us,
What?
there's nothing but endless taking.
Endless taking of what?
Our names will be carved together.
What does that mean? What is this?
From now on, I'll ensure the
Oh man.
obliteration ordained by fate
Cannot be defied.
Heed the decree of
What the
two
fuck?
gods.
Is that a daddy long leg? It's a daddy long leg. I found daddy long leg.
They can't be hidden. This is where you shall perish. Struggling is a futile endeavor. Then I want you to stay by my side forever, starting
I
from
want you
this
to
moment.
stay by my side forever, starting from this moment. When I got to this part, guys, it was so sad. When I got to this part, it was so sad.
My power
His powers.
has been nearly depleted. I should send you away from here now.
No! No! Whatever happened with the whole giant aliens trying to kill us all plot at the start? There is aliens. There's a whole there's a whole lot of stuff.
Gave all your power to me.
And then I cried at this part. I cried. Ah!
Before the snow stops.
Oh no.
I'll wait for our reunion.
No.
Understood.
No.
And remember what I'm giving you.
What do you mean? Giving her what? Giving her what, sir? What do you mean? Wait. Giving her what? Huh? Giving her what? Giving her what? Giving her what?
Yes, we still have time to watch this sunset.
Oh yeah, I remember that part. Steve fart. Oh dang! Wait, I can get that color. That's a pretty color. I got this already. I got this. That too. God of annihilation!
Divine retribution.
Alright.
Now's our chance.
Oh fuck. Sorry guys, I didn't know where he's gone. Wait, I was trying to... Wait.
Don't stare into the darkness. Seek rebirth.
You're a soldier fighting a war against space aliens. Your orders state the man, nothing else. Now there's something to it. There is something to it. There is something to it. There is. May have put this up right. I'm sorry. Now you're stuck to watching this. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Hey guys. I can at least I can I can do a summon if you I can do a wish if you like. No. What? You want to see them kip? I cried, guys. Shall I just spoil you guys the end? Shall I just spoil the end for you guys? You guys want to know what happens? You know what happens? Oh yeah. Also, Lumpy, to answer your question, there are wait, is it date? Is it here? Is it here? Oh yeah, there are like a lot of like this. I don't know what this is. Bond tells you about this story, and then there's Memoria, some other stuff, and then there's myths, which is about this story thingy, but from like different timelines. There's different timelines, and they're all connected. And then I don't know what year this is supposed to be set in. But hold on a second. Can I yeah, I don't know what year it's supposed to be set in. And then there's also shit. It froze. All this story about the war you're fighting is on the date menu. There's no in this in this date menu there is different timelines. Different timelines. I've only got one of this one, so I don't know anything about this one. But I've completed this one. The ending was sad. It was sad. Apparently, what Fable told me was Zane's story is always just sad. Yeah. And there's ASMR, guys. They have ASMR. Oh, I've got 3 different ASMRs. Should we go with Raphael? Oh, wait, what is this one? Tender moments. No, okay, wait. We need secret times. Hold up. Is that secret time? Secret time. Let's see. Huh? Whisper in my ear. Whisper.
You're making a fruit drink. Grapes, dates, chufa.
None who born to lose.
They look sweet.
Live to win. Real what? What? Okay. Yes?
Don't forget, I keep an eye on you, kitten.
Yeah. I don't know what happened there. You heard nothing, guys. You didn't hear anything. You didn't hear anything. You didn't hear anything. So, where do I see where... Oh, I've saved some voice lines. Because I wanted to share it with Demi. I don't know where I can see where I saved the voice lines. Wait, hold on. I gotta... Let me see these photos. Oh, these are fine. Where did I... Is it here? Nope. Where did I save... Where did I save them? Where did I save the voice lines? Maybe it's in date. Hold up, let me see. Not journal. Is it album? What's in here? Oh, these are old pictures. Wait, when the hell did I take these? Okay, it's just pictures. Where are the lines? Where are the lines I saved? Where are they? Where do I see them? Where do I see them? Where do I... This story game has... Okay. There is a story. There is a story. Look. I've been playing the game. Okay, look, I've done a lot of the story. Oh, not there. Not here. Look, I've done all these, and I'm on this part, just like the last part, I think. But there's stories. There's a whole shit of stories. There's a lot of content. There's a lot of lore. And I can't remember where I am. But
Don't leave me.
There's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of content. There's a lot of story. Oh, look, story. Look, text, pictures, trees, grass. Some story. Oh, it's saying. What is it? I'm not good at explaining myself. Explain yourself.
If I'm not mistaken,
What is it?
we need to sing to awaken the spring water spirit.
No trees.
Spirits exist in all things.
Trees.
For places rarely touched by humans, spiritual beings may
By the way,
emerge
this
over
is
time.
Nova's guy. But it was sad. It was sad, guys.
Indeed! You must move me with the most sincere singing to obtain Maloqua's waters.
Alright, chat, start singing.
But it's been eons since I heard
I'm
the
sure
voice
this
I
is
yearned
the war. There's a lot. There's a lot. You guys are not. Oh fuck! Wait, I need to sing. Fuck. Guys, can you see? Wait, it's. Please tell me it's not picking up my voice. No. No. Okay. Meow. Meow. I can't believe you guys. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Okay.
It was pleasant, yes.
It wasn't happy with it, guys.
Still
It wasn't
miss
happy with
that
it.
time from
You have to delete.
long
You have to
ago.
delete it.
The voice was deep, yet full of spirit.
The aroma of high
The
end
song I
dining.
just heard lacked that feeling.
Wow. Clearly. I can't believe it.
I already know
That
what you're
start
going
stream
to
is
say.
right next to the start record button, huh? It is! The thing is, though, like, usually
Stop
my
that.
OBS tells me
I'll sing.
if I'm, like, starting stream, but it hasn't. Sing can sing. Guys, look at his boobs. Do you see his boobs?
Yes, that's the voice I've longed to hear.
No, I didn't. I'm sure I didn't. Like, it's still... Wait. Show confirms the dialogue when stop streaming. Show confirms the dialogue when stopped recording.
I never heard the goddess
Show
of
confirmation
Nyamba sing
dialogue
before.
when starting stream.
I should
That's
thank the
ticked.
spring water
I don't know why
spirit for
it's
letting me hear
just,
it today.
just hates me. La 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 la. Oh, oh my
In
god,
any
we're getting
case,
patted.
I think I'll remember your voice for a very, very long time.
My voice? My voice? I said nothing though. La 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 la. La 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 la. Alright, well, that was. This is like, I get some. Look at this. Let's go to the shop. Oh, okay. We're exchanging this. Oh yeah, I was What is it? I was gonna do a wish, right? I was gonna do a wish. Yes. We're gonna do a wish. Let's go with this. Wish? Yeah, okay. Alright. Give me your phone! Give me your phone! Alright. Oh, that's not the one. Did it again. Wish. And you guys. Okay, guys, are you ready for a wish? You ready for a wish, guys? I don't think we're gonna get anything new. Do you guys like this? Do you guys like it? Do you guys like it? Do you guys like it? You like this? Do you like this? Do you like this? Where's Silas though? Where's... Bruh. Denied. I'm freaking denied Silas. I'm denied Silas. Why? Why no... Silas! Guys, it's Silas! It's Silas, guys, it's Silas! It's Silas! Silas, my beloved! They really do look like if you asked an AI image of an anime or realistic. Whoa! Dude, this is so cool! Oh my god. Is it Saber? Oh my god. Guys, wait. Saber is your guys', right? Wait, were you guys going for Xavier or this is not Silas, this is Xavier. Or was it Caleb that you guys were going for? Can't remember. It's pretty. Oh, insane. This is pretty. That's pretty. That's pretty. Alright. Oh, I have 10 for this. Guys, I think I literally got all of Silas's cards for this. all of Silas's cards. Okay, let's do it anyways. No, going for Silas. Yes, I bet. You know. It's not like we're gonna get Silas, right? Raphael, Xavier, Xavier, Caleb, Xavier, Raphael, Silas! Raphael, Xavier. Wow. Wow. Okay. Really? 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 Wait, is there? Oh. This looks so cool. Looks so pretty. Let me do... not this one. This one, badges. Oh my god. Oh my god. Let me rank this up. We can date this one. Oh man. Silas! Guys, it's Silas! It's Silas! Guys, it's Silas! Oh shit. Reduce team damage taken by 5%. 5 whole percent. 5 whole percent. 5. Oh my god, it's Caleb! Oh man. I hope they bring Silas's myth. Ooh, what? How many do I have? He's pretty. Dang. Wait, do I level this card up, guys? Should I level it up? Should I? Handsome. It's Silas, guys. It's Silas. As soon as I can't level this up any further. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. What is this? Diviner's Stillness. Oh my god. What? Please show me what you have. Show me. Show me. Show me. Nice slideshow. I don't know what's going on. I think maybe it's loading. Show me. Show me. Oh, it's this part. Oh. This spot is sad. He's about to die, guys. He's bleeding. And then she tries to heal him, but she has no power.
My power has been nearly depleted.
I tried to resonate, sir, but it can't resonate. No, he's about to die. He's about to die, guys. Say goodbye forever. Say goodbye forever. No one didn't.
Yes, we
no!
still have time.
What?
The sunset.
Fortunately. Goodbye forever. And then they watch the night, the sky, the sunset. Look at it. It's going bye-bye. It's going bye-bye. It's going bye-bye. It's going bye-bye.
It's very beautiful.
A little snowflake.
I should send you away from here now.
No. 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 It's such a little stab wound. He has no more power. And then the building starts collapsing. No. 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 Oh, I didn't reach out. Oopsies. Death. Death. They're dying. Hey, at least he died together. Whoa! They touched foreheads. They touched foreheads. They touched foreheads. But then he lives. And then
You actually gave all your power to me.
yeah, she gave him all her power so he lives. Is it Nino? Nino! I'm sorry, sis. I'm sorry, Zane. That's why I chose to die. Oh no. Oh. Destiny.
Your wish
Eh!
come true.
Eh! Don't get close to each other. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. And then...
Don't leave me.
But she's already gone though. She's frozen. What the hell? And then I cried, guys. And then I cried. And then all those other timelines, they meet again. So cold.
I'll wait for our reunion.
Yeah. And then that's how we meet him in a different timeline. Yeah. Rankin Benjamin starts playing. No! No! Stop it! Wait, I have so many, Oh, I don't. I need to get more of these. Is it? Okay. The ones I want, guys. Wait, where do I see which cards I can get? Do I see it in date? Where do I see it? There's... What did I get? Oh my god, guys, look. Silas is beloved. Oh, guys, guess who that is? That's me. That's me. Anyways, where do I get up? So he's a god. Yes, a god that lost his powers because he wanted to save her.
Don't leave me.
How do I get rid of this? Okay, today's attempt. One more attempt. Hold up. This. This thing. Oh, sorry. I saw the music slaps on this one. Oh, what am I supposed to do? Oh, fuck. What am I supposed to do? I'm supposed to do something. What? Oh. Oh, I need to... Oh, crikey. How many are there? How many are there? How many are there? Oh, gosh. Okay. Okay, I did it! Did I do it? Please don't give me another one. Thank you. I have very good eyes. Thank you. I can tell you, I failed the other ones. Alright, that's all my attempts done, right? Did I? Don't get me. Nino, I've been awake for 30 hours? You must sleep, sir. You must try and get to bed. You must eat. You must eat. Oh, wait. I think I can find one here. If I do this, right? And then if I do Silas. The ones I want, wait. No, these ones? How do I check the, how do I don't want to see them kissing too much. I tried. I just laid there 46 hours. Oh man. You need to get some meds. How do I? It doesn't show me the ones I can get. Like, I got this one though. This one looks so cool. I want the other one. I want the other ones. Oh, wait a minute. I can date it? I can date this one? Oh. Oh no. Which one is it? Alright. Is it this one? Blood Night Blaze. Okay. Let me hear a snippet. I don't hear anything. What?
You're not allowed to be here.
What do you mean? Wait. What?
Are you trying to tend to my wounds? Fine. But do you even know how I was injured? Herbs can't heal this. Come closer.
Okay.
Now look me in the eyes.
Okay.
Hey, kitten.
can't just do that.
Don't run away again. Don't you know what's best for a fiend? Come closer.
Come closer. Whoa! He's in my ear. Why are you in my ear? What do you mean faster? What does it mean? What does this all mean?
What a delectable sweetness.
What? What does it mean?
So you do have a few tricks up your sleeve.
What do you mean? What?
You're teasing a fiend. Well, aren't you bold?
Maybe.
I'm not allowed to move.
Again, how does this not have the mature rating?
Show me what you've got.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. It could have been
from my chest to my lower abdomen.
No, we're gonna stop it there. We're gonna stop it there. We're gonna stop it there. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Wait, where do I see them again? Where do I? Is it this? No, it's not this. How do I get? Okay, if I do this and then go here, maybe I can see all the other ones. Yeah, let's see. I got. There's a few more. This wedding. I want this one. I want this one. I want this one. I want this one. I want it. I want it. I want it. It's a wedding one, guys. You get to marry Silas. You get to marry Silas. Wow, my mother is not gonna ask me anymore. My mother is not gonna be like, Ninu, when are you gonna be dating? When are you gonna find someone? Mother, I have finally found someone. His name is Silas. He look at it. It's Silas. Oh my god.
Foreshadowing.
Lady Mr. CHI just rated
Oh
my
my god.
stream with 5 viewers.
Lady Mr.
Everyone
CHI.
behave.
Oh.
And that place is already covered in blood.
Hell yeah.
So.
Is that wait? Is that Yakuza?
We got that.
Hell yeah. That was your stream. Thank you for the raid. I really appreciate it. Thank you for bringing all you lovely people in here. My name is Nino. I play all sorts of games. Today I played Raft with Billy, who's my mother. And now I was just showing chat more Silas stuff. Because I like Silas. Silas, my beloved. Yeah. Are you also a loving Deep Space fan? Do you also like loving Deep Space? You like loving Deep Space? Are you a fan? Are you a fan? Are you still trying to blend me, by the way? Yeah! Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Yep, guys. Look. Eh! Let me hide that from you guys. You guys are still babies. Still babies. Oh. And there's also this one. Flowers. There's also this one. Oh! This one! I want this one! Snap, can you, baby? I saw a snippet of this card. I've seen a snippet of this. That ain't even kidnapping. I don't know, man. I saw a snippet of this one, and it was something. It was something, guys. It was something. It was something. It was something. Let's see. Night of Secrecy? What is that? What is it? Oh, is this the cat? This the cat. I'm sure Fable has it unlocked. I think she does. She has a this one. She has this one. She showed me a screenshot of it, and it was not fair. It's just all I can say. It was not fair. They both would be warmer if they put on some food. She might have not even frozen. Oh, you mean Zane? Oh, yeah. I think you're right. I want this one too. Oh, I don't know about this one. Oh wait, this is what he was wearing earlier. Oh dang. There's so many. I need this all. I need these all. But the one I want is this one. I want this one. I want this one. Okay, in the memory abyssal mug or memory abyssal blossom to unlock. Man, I wanna see it. 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 Oh, okay. That's. Oh wait. That was Silas's. I think I've shown you guys already. Zane's. What about Caleb's? I'm actually not. Oh yeah. Caleb's got an interest. He's got very pretty eyes. He has pretty eyes. He's dying. I think he's got a chip in him. He's got a chip. Whoa! What was that? What? Okay. Wait, have I not done these? Guys, I haven't done these. Do you guys want it? Do you guys want me to go through these? I haven't done this one as well. Alright, wait. Wait, hold on. Which one did I say was it Xavier? Or Caleb? Oh man. He's shipped? Is that so that the vet know where to return him? Perhaps. I'm sure I've done with Raphael. Raphael is such a drama queen. This one, he also looks so pretty. Why do they all look pretty? Why do they all look pretty, guys? What? Damn. Hey, Ninu, did you order the Silas body pillow I linked you last month? No, I didn't. I didn't. Oh, Fable's got this one. In fact, if I look at her, let's look at her. Why do I look at my friends? Oh wait, this. Let's find Fable. Oh my God! Look at all these. Silas. Alright, let's find Fable. Fable, where are you? Wait, this one's Fable. 7 days. Guys, she hasn't been on for 7 days. Raphael's little turtle. Raphael's little turtle. Wait, is this? Why does she have Silas on here? Committing M-prank on Raphael right now. That is so Fable. Oh my god. Oh man. Wait, can I see her photos? Oh. Oh. Wait. She has Raphael with the long hair. Oh my god. Guys, I understand why Fable is into M-prank. I do. It makes sense. It makes sense. Ooh, wait, that's Caleb. These are cute pictures. He's good at taking pictures, huh? Hey, which one is this? Your fragrant. Oh! Omnipotent. What's going on here? Wait, maybe I should cover this. Don't look, guys. I'm gonna tell you guys if it's too lewd. Whoa! He's. Oh! No! Absolutely not. I can't even show you guys. Why? I can't believe it. Okay, which Silas one? Guys, see, I told you it has this one. Why is it placed here? Oh, and this one is kind of cute. I don't have this one. Wait, do I? No, I don't think I have it. I don't have it. Sadly, I don't have Nova on this account. I have it on my other account. Oh man. I need more Silas, guys. Okay, can I go this way? I need more Silas. So Fable likes Silas more than Ninu. No! Look! She collected them before me, okay? Oh, I like this one. Isn't it a beautiful picture? Isn't this a beautiful picture, guys? Look at it! This should be my wallpaper. It should be my wallpaper. No? What do you mean, no? How do I go back? How do I... Oh, right here. Oh. Is there a game Fable doesn't have a love interest in? No. Oh, we've seen this. Nah. This is cute. We've seen this one. Magnum opus, captivating lesson. Teaches us how to box. Yeah, man. Right, let me see which ones I have for Raphael. This one is pretty. Your fragrance. Is he sniffing her? Tipsy invitation. What does that mean, guys? What does a tipsy invitation mean? Ready? Nom nom. Nom nom. Oh, I like this one. That's like pretty wallpaper as well. He likes fishes. You like fishies? Nemo! It's Finding Nemo! Finding Nemo! Finding Dory! It's Finding Nemo and Dory. Oh, dang. dang, I didn't know I had this. Pretty cool. Oh, I didn't know I had this either. Oh, okay, and then this is just things on her. Oh, look at this one. Guys, look at Booba finding the nudge. Apparently, he's a mermaid. He's a mermaid. And you guys have seen Xavier, your boy. Space Case, hi! Oh my god, I'm sure. Hi, when you laugh. Hey, hi. Well, now I can't hide it if anything sussy happens, guys. So, just close your eyes. Tender Nights. Is that kissing? Light-seeking Shadow End. Gun pew pew. Knife slashy. Bird. Tweet tweet. Hello. Close feeling. I don't know what sound to make for that. Starry sound. Oh, that's pretty. Where cat though? Where cat? Where cat? Where cat? Where cat? Where cat? Where cat? There, cat. Is that the only cat I have? And this one that I got. This one's so pretty. That's so pretty. Nino, you're the best. I love you. Yash. Yash. And then I think we've seen everything now. Gentle Twilight. This is Nova's guy. He's nerd. He's nerd. 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 Actually, I like this wallpaper. Kind of pretty. There's snow. There's snow. Oh, and this one's very pretty too. Apple. 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 Oh, this is pretty. Yeah. Apple. 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 Gatito, hi. Apple. Apple. Wow. Alright, Caleb's the last one, guys. Oh, Caleb deals with gravity, by the way. He can make things fly and smashy. Apple. Why do they all have apple? Apple. Oh my fucking god.
I regret nothing.
Okay, wow, thanks. Thanks. Thanks.
I'm not in a hurry, but you looked worried. So I figured I should check up on you.
He's gonna check up on me? Really? Me? No regret.
You haven't lost that brooch I gave you, right?
No. No. Wait, content not viewable in your region. What is that? Wait, what is that? Content not viewable. Wait, is that the fish game? It is. Wait, what's going on with it? Guys, it broke. Okay, well, you can't see it anymore.
Take a deep breath. The air at night is more refreshing than daytime.
Oh wait, guys, look. Wait. Is it this one?
I have time. There's no rush.
Nino being thirsty? No, Billy! No! Look, wait. I want you to meet...
Who am I meeting?
Meet my friend.
How would you like me to introduce
Oh
myself?
my god, introduce my boyfriend? You can... Oh. Is this where you fall? Is what you for? Wait, did you solo play Raft? Is this you solo playing Raft?
Sorry, I'm pretty certain I messed that up. I tried.
Or is that me just drowning? Or is that me that has drowned? Nervous Billy? That small baby Billy? My boyfriend.
You're being that direct? I'm honored.
Yeah!
She doesn't introduce me to her friends often.
Yeah, chat, I'm introducing you guys.
I'm her boyfriend, Silas. Nice to meet you.
I'm introducing you guys.
You've been wanting to meet me for a while?
Yeah.
I didn't know about this.
Yeah.
Were you afraid I wouldn't make a good impression? There
No.
we go. Your glare can be harsher, though. It'll prove to your friends that I'm not as scary as the rumors say. Normal people can't approach me. Is that how she described me to friends? Well, now everyone can see just how unapproachable I really am. Her boyfriend works as a small business owner who isn't rich. He makes just enough money to buy her some sparkly trinkets every now and then. With that out of the way, what else would you like to know about us?
He's a bit psychopathic. I think he kinda is.
How we got together, well, she can tell that story.
Are you trying to fish? The fish game doesn't work, guys. Yeah, the fish game is not working. Cool. I got the goal.
Let me know in advance if you want me to introduce myself differently next time.
Okay. Okay. Guys, if I keep touching his pee-pee, he'll show his butt. Hold up. Wait a minute. Wait a minute, guys.
What excuse are you planning to use this
nothing. Wait.
Getting straight to the point, huh?
What? What do you mean? Wait. I'm getting patted, guys. He's patting me. Okay.
Sure. Exercise enough, and you'll see some abs. It's just there to make you feel better. I don't need it. How do you expect me to respond?
I don't know.
Write down what's on your mind with this hand, and read it to me line by line.
Yeah, Wait. Guys, I'm just. Hey, Unity. I'm just showing you guys his butt. Just give me a sec.
What excuse are you planning to use
Just give me a give me a second.
The last time you rushed me like this, it was because your dinner arrived. Now what's the reason?
Oh my god, my cheeks hurt.
Why are your hands shaking? Terrifying, right?
No.
You can stop now. Restrain your curiosity
What?
until we're back home.
Back home for what? What?
Having more plants in the bedroom isn't always good.
What do you mean?
You need to keep bringing some back for me. They don't produce oxygen when I'm away. Is this really where you should be putting in all your effort?
Yes.
This isn't a vulnerable
What do you mean it's not a vulnerable
I
spot?
wouldn't allow my weaknesses to be so easily exposed.
It is a vulnerable spot. You wouldn't say it otherwise.
You always find a way to make me think twice about my strategy.
Yeah. Oh, he's did it. He did it. He's standing, guys.
Give it some
Look,
thought.
I did it. I did it. He's turned his. He's showing his butt to us. He's showing his butt to us. He's showing his butt. Guys, look. He's showing butt to us. He's showing his butt. He's showing his butt. Look.
Here's a reminder for you. I don't need to sleep at night, but you do.
What do you mean?
Here's a reminder for you. I don't need to sleep at night, but you do. There's a price to pay for thrills.
Oh my god.
Here's a reminder for you. I don't need to sleep at night, but you
do
do.
You have more lines? More lines? More lines?
Here's a reminder for
More
you.
lines, please.
I don't need to sleep at night, but you
More
do.
lines. Can I touch the other cheek? Can I touch the other cheek?
That's not my weak spot.
What?
Do you want to try again?
What do you...
Here's a reminder for you. I don't need to sleep at night, but you do.
No, I don't need... What do you mean?
Actually, I dislike having people stand behind me. It makes me feel vulnerable.
Vulnerable? But it's only
I
me.
gave you a chance, and you did
What
this.
do you mean? I did what? What did I do? What did I do? What did I do, sir?
Do you want to know how it feels?
Wait, what do you mean?
Didn't you already touch it when you almost fell last time?
What? What? Wait, what? Wait, what? What does that mean?
I like having shiny accessories
What does that mean?
front and center.
What does that mean? What?
Are you trying to match my heartbeat's rhythm? I suggest you go faster.
Oh my god! Wait! Wait, am I a feet? Ting tang, walla walla bing bang. Ting tang, walla walla bang bang. Ting tang, walla walla bing bang. Ting tang, walla walla bang bang. Do 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 do.
The sunlight here
Oh
is
my
too
god!
strong. It's disturbing my sleep.
Thank you. Wow!
You can't hear my heartbeat from over there.
Oh my god, guys. He's telling me to get closer. Wait. That's his heartbeat. That's a bit too high, I'm afraid. Thanks, Footnoo. I'm not... What? Okay, what do I do now, guys? You have... You know why you smell like cheese? 'Cause I like cheese. Do you not like cheese? Do you not like cheese? Do you not like cheese? You don't like cheese? You don't like cheese? You said 80% cheese. Yes, I'm the good kind of cheese. I'm the good kind of cheese. I'm the good
I
kind.
often place my hand here as well. It makes me feel alive.
What's there? Your tummy?
You can't hear my heartbeat from over there.
I don't know how to zoom in on the computer. I didn't know how to do it. Otherwise I would have. Show butt. Show butt. Show butt. Show butt. Wait, should I change?
Aren't you going to explain the rules of your new spinning
I'm
game?
sorry. Wait. Let's look at the other lads. Let's do Zane, because I think I've got Zane's outfit on. No! Wait, hold up. I will put his new outfit on. Oh, I have got this one. Oh my god! What happened? Okay. Also, I have long hair for him. Damn. Damn. You're elegant. Damn. Minutes.
You want to braid my hair? Come then. You need to be closer.
I don't know how to get closer.
Defying the gods means nothing to you. You don't see it as a sin.
No, I don't.
Defying
I
the
press
gods
his
means nothing
I press
to
his
you.
I press his boobs.
You don't see it as a
I
sin.
press his boobs. Guys, we have a choo-choo train. After choo-choo train, we raid, yes?
Aren't you tired of being in that position? You can come a little closer.
I don't know how to do it. I don't know.
I should open my heart to all that exists in the world. Only opening it to you is enough.
Why? What? Sadly, I don't think we can see his.
I should open my heart to all that exists.
We can't see his butt in this one.
Only opening it to you is enough.
But they make funny faces.
Defying the gods means nothing to you.
No. Okay. What about Raphael? Yeah. Wait.
You need to learn how to take responsibility for your actions.
What? What was that? Oh wait, I have a new thing for him. What is this?
It's time for something fun. Don't blink.
Okay.
Doesn't it look like that little red fish you gave me?
Oh,
Let
it's
it
gone.
hang out with you for a little bit.
Where's it gone? It's gone. Give.
Isn't it a bit too hot today?
What? Why? Can I pat his head? Are you done? There you go.
Are you giving me a new hairstyle?
No. Wait, is he blushing? Oh my god, guys. Thank you guys for the choo-choo train. Alright, let me change back to my Silas. Pat the Silas. Pat the Silas. Silas is patting me, guys. Silas is patting me. Silas is patting me. Silas is patting me. Alright, let me get ready.
You want to decide?
Oh.
Good.
Wow!
Pro quo.
Wow! What? No comment.
Hide and seek.
No comment.
You
Wow!
lure in a kitten who likes feathers.
I am a
She'll walk
kitten.
into the trap herself.
I'm a good kitten. I'm a good kitten. Dino, good kitten. Dino, good kitten. What's the other one? Oh, yeah, we already done this one, didn't we?
Skinship.
Whoa! Wow!
I prefer it like this. You as well.
No comments. No comments. Let's raid. Let's raid. Oh, that's me. That's me coming back. Oh no. Oh no. Uh-oh. Alright, let me find somebody to raid. Should we,
Seeing you with the sunrise makes the sunlight bearable.
That's very sweet. Let's raid. It's difficult to decide, huh? Do you guys have any suggestion on who I should raid?
The heartless are the most faithful.
What does that mean? Raid Billy. Billy is not streaming. Billy is not streaming. Should we ask him what we should eat? Let's see. Did you wake up because you were hungry? Perfect. Okay, got any? What are you eating? Smoked sturgeon? Is that fish? Okay, I'll eat it. I don't like fish. Let's go raid. Oh my god. I don't know, guys. I don't know who to raid. I don't know.
The scenery on page 37 of the travel magazine you were looking at a few days ago is nice. When we're free, let's clear our minds.
Hades too.
Should we make that place our travel destination?
Oh! You guys want to see some art? Art stream? Art stream? Let me see, is Glitter done with his stream?
You mumbled something interesting in your sleep. Do you want to know
she's
what
showing
you said?
thighs. Okay, let's raid. Wait. We'll raid Glitter. Let's raid Glitter. Gremlin energy, yeah. She gremlin energy. Alright guys, we're gonna be heading off to Glitter. She is showing thighs. It was nice thighs.
You haven't lost that brooch I gave you, right?
No, I haven't. Oh! She jiggles. She has jiggle. Anyways, guys, I might be back tomorrow.
I often have to sit through long talks. It's good that I don't get back.
What was I saying? Silas? What was I saying, Silas?
How useful do you think my shoulders are?
Very useful. Maybe tomorrow, if Alice is down to play, Mama be playing. If not, then you'll see me on Wednesday.
Maybe you're still figuring that out.
What? Figuring what out?
You really like hanging your bag on my shoulder, huh?
Yeah.
If I don't grab your hand now, there's no telling what you'll do next.
Yeah, give me your hand. Give me your hand. Alright guys, we're heading off now. Send lots of love to Glitter, and I will see you guys tomorrow, if not Wednesday. Or in the Discord.